So welcome. We move on this morning, Mr. Hanga and Ms. Blair. So over to you.
So my name's Stevie Raby and I've got Dean Fowler beside me. I've got a summary. I just got to read that out and then just be open for questions. So we set out an experience in position. I'm sorry, you can't hear me. I talk really quietly, so just try and talk as loud as I can without yelling. We've set out our experience in position and our evidence. We've provided evidence for Te Runanga o Ōraka. We take our evidence as read, but some parts that we would like to summarise. We provided a neutral submission as an act of good faith to further ascertain the effects on our values by this application, and we've undertaken a cultural impact assessment to inform this. We acknowledge that within Te Ao Māori we are unable to separate the cumulative effects of the MLC from the current application. There have already been significant effects on our values. The assessment reached the point that the application is due to the MLC and therefore there are significant effects on Waitohu values. This is because of the ki tuki tai lens being applied over our takiwa and the water, gravels, sediments, etc. not being able to transport down the river as they should, hence the need for this application. We've been engaging with Meridian regularly since this application has been notified and recently within the last week to discuss the implementation of the recommendations in the cultural impact statement. We would like to reiterate that Runanga support the outcome to improve the reliability of flushing flows. However, there are residual effects on our values that are unable to be mitigated by this application. Together, Meridian and Temi have identified a way through our existing relationship and in good faith to provide a pathway to enhance Waitohu values and support the aspirations of Ōraka for the project site and potentially other sites in the catchment. This process will be undertaken outside of the consent process. Meridian has provided us with the latest set of conditions and we've commented on these. These are attached to a summary. We've provided comments for a variety of reasons, but in general terms, where we see there is a need for TME to provide feedback into the management plans, where we would like to receive information that is gathered for this project, and where we would like to participate in monitoring. The only point of disagreement that's left on the table is the consent duration. We have recommended that the application is approved for 20 years. Our iwi management plan Te Tangi a Tauira identifies that 25 is the maximum that should be consented due to intergenerational effects in making decisions for our next generation. It's also due to technology changes and improvements that can happen over time. And while there are review clauses within consents, iwi are generally not involved with this, so the consenting process is the way in which through the RMA we can fulfil our kaitiaki obligations. Therefore, due to those reasons, that's why we've recommended that the application is approved for 20 years. And we would like to be involved in any further refinement of consent conditions.
Right. Just to clarify, the conditions that you've got attached to your summary, you haven't made any changes to those? That's just...
No, I've just added in
comments on the side, I see.
Yeah, so I haven't asked for changes, I've just added a comment where I'm not a planner, so it's just, I haven't provided changes to this.
Oh, that's helpful.
The general gist of those is that you want to be involved in
and another consensus where we're involved with management plans and that we do have a feedback loop that we're able to provide feedback into those management plans. So,
thanks for the cultural impact statement, because that was sort of the piece that was missing in the bill here. And obviously I don't have any questions about that because it's been really clear. I think we're struggling on this side of the table too with the compartmentalise of the wider scheme and this application, and then there's this other application as well for the maintenance of the other channel. And we kind of were a little concerned how we can get consistency with the two maintenance consents, that we'll end up with maintenance sort of for the wider area, and then this consent will go forward for the maintenance of the new channel. So in some ways this consent sort of set the standard in terms of water quality monitoring during maintenance activities for the other one. So I don't know if you're aware sort of the link of the one there's one on hold at the moment in the council. You're probably aware, probably in a written approval process or something. We've tried to sort of understand why that consent's sort of sitting on hold and why it's been there for so long, and Meridian explained that to us a little bit about the written approvals and what they're trying to achieve there. Have you got anything from your side about that other consent, that other maintenance consent, that you've got concerns about?
We're actually catching up with Chris after the hearing today to discuss that maintenance consent and the written approval through that. So probably not comments as such, but the overall is we really struggle looking at it from a Te Māori frame as the compartmentalising of things under the RMA activities in the tile. So that definitely is something that is a struggle for us, I guess, to look at for applications here.
And particularly when it seems, talked to Mr. Fairbrand yesterday about the statement from Meridian that this is an environmental enhancement project, and I sort of asked some questions around that and they're actually acknowledging that the low flows and the stability of the flows downstream are contributing to the Didimo. Of course, they didn't bring the Didimo in, but it is the change in the regime of the flow is obviously having an impact on the biomass of periphyton generally, and obviously Didimo as well. Then we sort of talked about that this was the conduit to be able to deliver better flushing flows to hopefully address some of that, which in my mind is addressing existing environmental degradation and reducing the adverse effects of the wider scheme rather than an environmental enhancement. And we're not making a call on that at the moment, but we asked some questions around that yesterday, and that feeds me into my question about the review. Is we've just tried to tease out what it is that would be up on the table. You've asked for a review condition when those wider consents are considered. We've asked the applicants some questions about that, and they are struggling to see what would be achieved through that at that time, being that this is really just the conduit to be able to deliver those flushing flows. And we've asked other submitters as to what they think could be the benefit of being able to look at those conditions at that time. So I'm interested to hear from you what you think could be achieved with a review condition.
I guess that goes back to our earlier point around consent duration too, that review conditions, general ones, we don't really have input into those, and it's when the consent ends and we applied for all that, that's when we are able to be a part of the process. But we also are unsure what the conditions, or in 2031 when the consents are reviewed and being changed to a tahi as well, then we like to look at everything holistically and under one big package. So for us to have the ability to look at that when those other consents have been, and making sure that they're all lining up makes a lot of sense to us.
Yeah, and it certainly is good resource management practice, isn't it, to be able to integrate those things together. But in saying that, the law allows the applicant to, you know, apply for individual consents, and obviously the plan change and other things are at a different level again. I guess yesterday, exploring that matter of the review, is what we have to remind ourselves is the ongoing part of this consent will be only the maintenance component. And so it's the effects of the maintenance then that will have the, well, potentially the ongoing monitoring or whatever conditions around water quality when that in-stream works occurs in the future. So I suggested yesterday to the Waikiwi Working Party that perhaps this consent and the water quality monitoring that's required, if we look at getting the robust assessment and trigger limits on that in terms of protecting water quality, that's unlikely to change in the next 5 to 6 years as to what levels required to protect ecological values. Or so I'm struggling to see that, yes, the conditions of the consent are unknown and the plan change outcome are unknown. But in terms of protecting water quality and the environmental values, we probably do know what's required in terms of any thresholds. So I'm just trying to think what other things in that consent, you know, really tie in, because I think what Meridian is saying is this gives us the conduit to allow us to deliver flushing flows, what those flows are and the frequency, and what the minimum flows are below the control structure, aren't a matter for this process. So what would we be reviewing?
I can see that point.
And I'm just wondering if there's something else that I'm thinking what, and I can see what you're saying about the holistic view of it.
With the flushing, you know, on the flushing, how would you understand the effectiveness of that, of the work we're just going to be undertaking this project, and monitoring of the effectiveness of this consent going forward, and what that looks like. So monitoring how inform if there are any ongoing effects or additional effects to EV values of this consent and the flushing. So that would be of interest, and why you would, you know, why we look at it as a queue-to-queue tie, and all things, as Stevie said, Ms. Blair said, everything's sort of like a holistic and combined, and so we'd have to, you know, make it everything fits together. So the effects of this project supposedly are good. We would like to understand those over the next period of time to be able to make a call later on when other consents come up as well. So yeah, just understand what this. We're saying that it's good, but we want to know that it's good going forward.
Which makes me think about the information that will come, because one of the things that will happen with the 5 to 6 years, or maybe longer, depending on how long the process takes to renew those consents, there will be information available, as you're saying, from how effective this channel is in delivering those flows, and whether that reliability has changed by 60% or nothing or more. It's that information that you want to capture into the other process. So that's more of a reporting function, isn't it? I mean, Meridian will hold that information, obviously, and they will share that with all our working party, but I'm not sure. Do you think that level of reporting is here at the moment in this consent, to make sure that you're in a position going into that other process that you have sufficient information on the effectiveness of this consent?
I think those if we're able to be a part of those conditions that we've asked for and then gather enough information, then yes, I think.
So that feedback loop of that information back is important to inform the process so that it's not just sitting with the applicant at that time. And you go on to that next process, which you've entered into now. So if the duration was maximum of 25 or 20 or wherever we found, you still see the need for a review condition specifically at the time of the consideration of the wider consents for the scheme?
Yes.
Yep. Seeking both. And that further said that, a consent can be reviewed anyway with those clauses in there, but you'd be looking for an extra clause which would specifically say at the time those consents were being considered that they may be reviewed. Okay, well, I've got some questions.
Yeah, just a slide. Are you currently doing any monitoring yourself in the area? Is Tammy doing any monitoring?
Not specifically Te Amarama, but I know that what I have been looking monitoring on the wire the last little bit.
And would you be able to contribute, do you think, to future monitoring for some of those review conditions?
Yes. I think I included in the agricultural impact statement that covered up on mighty monitoring that was undertaken on the wire in 2016 and 18. And yeah, so that's been following up on that, and I think that's the type of monitoring that I've been doing.
So just to understand, in terms of through the plan, because I'm trying to understand where cultural health sort of monitoring might come in later, and I guess this is the trouble for you, isn't it? This application, you could sort of look at it and think, well, the effects of this are quite minor compared to the wider scheme, so we can't sort of justify putting cultural health monitoring on this consent. Do you think you'll have the opportunity through the plan change or even the consent process to be able to address that part in another process?
This is really part of our discussions with Meridian. What we have.
We've also we're working with Meridian at this particular stage through some support to each other with some cultural monitoring work that we've been doing for the last 3 or 4 years in terms of a little bit of financial support to help support our development of a cultural monitoring program across the catchment. So that's an ongoing little bit of work.
Across the wider catchment, both upstream and to the mouth. Yeah. So you'd be looking to formalise that going forward and maybe make it a bit more robust and and you accept that rightly belongs in another process and not this process.
Well, I think any cultural monitoring project on the wire is from the top to the bottom, and we would, and that's quite a large gap with a lot of values to understand and effects of that, the effects of the project being the structure, not the control structure, but the electrical power construction on the river over the years as it 150 years, whatever it is now. So there's a lot for us to continue to understand. And this is another wee project that goes on to the top of us trying to understand the river and the impacts of the scheme on our values. So it's ongoing for us. This is just an addition to us trying to understand and protect our values.
I've just lost my question now. Sorry.
No, I guess the length of the consent, the duration of the consent is clearly still a concern. Might be so bold as to ask, apart from 20 years, what are the alternatives for you?
Sorry,
If it's not 20, what would be the next best?
that would be 25 as we know until we
Thank you.
That's just triggered my question, thank you. In terms of duration, what kinds of activities, in your view, would justify a 35-year consent? Are there any activities that kind of, in your view, fit in that category?
now, and I signed off on the 35-year consent. It's just something that's no longer added on that. The timing I told it was drafted around 25 years was a generation in there. I'll be 70 when 35 years comes up, so I feel like that's quite a long time.
And is that across the board? So, for say a large public structure, infrastructure, that is kind of permanent, or let's say it was the control structure or something itself. Well, it's probably not, but do you see that would separate an activity from something like this type of activity?
No, I think we still wouldn't approve for 35 years. It would still be.
It's still just too long based on that generational.
Yeah.
And that's really about letting the next generation speak for themselves.
We shouldn't be making decisions for them down the road.
Well, kia ora, I really appreciate you taking the time to come and actually speak to your submission, and also the time and energy that's gone into the cultural impact statement. We do really appreciate it, so thank you very much.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Liz Search?
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome. Try and relax. I know it's not a particularly relaxing forum, isn't it? But we're actually not that scary.
No, you don't look scary.
Good. So yeah, we've obviously read your original submission, so you don't need to go through that. And you provided a statement as well. We've read it, but we're happy for you to highlight anything. We're really in your hands. It's your time. So.
Well, I've been listening in yesterday a little bit on the live stream when I could, as I said in my statement, I took for myself, but I've got my family, and I suppose a lot of other people, as in friends and locals behind me. I have been given some more information to what Mr. Singer answered in to my evidence. So I can add a little bit to it if that's allowed.
Yeah, no, that's fine. We're in your hands. Yep.
Oh, cool.
As long as it's within the scope of your original submission.
Oh, yeah, it's nothing new. I don't think so. So Mr. Singer, he said, he keeps saying that the Waikiwi River there's a big discharge river, but a small river, more geomorphology, something like that. I think we have to note that he would have to say that it was a big discharge river. It not is a big it's a big difference because that water is gone. So now we have a small river in discharge, which historically moved a small amount of sediment. Now, at a guess, because I'm not an expert, I would say the sediment shifting hasn't got bigger because the river got smaller. So at a good guess, I think it would get smaller as well. Haven't taken 95% of the water, so one would think maybe the sediment is 95% less, or 50 or 25. I found a quote from Kirk and Schulmeister, which I believe they are a bit more experts than me. It reads, the outflow of the Waikiwi River into Tawaiwa Bay was significantly reduced in 1972 when water was diverted through Manapuri Power Station into Deep Cove, and the sediment load declined to about 25% of the previous level. So that sediment load is a lot less than what we used to get, even if it was little. So saying that it was a little sediment shifting river doesn't sort of excuse that now it's even less of that. We just get less sediment down there. I think that is important. I also found, thanks to my sons, some other evidence for this. Now, this is a worldwide fact that dams will reduce the sediment load coming down a river. It is studied all around the world. And I found a quote about some Portuguese northwest coast rivers. Now, the Portuguese northwest coast is similar to what we've got down here. I might just read it to you. In 1930, previously to the construction of the dams, the effluence of sediments from rivers to Portuguese northwest coast was approximately 2 million cubic meters a year, with the Douro River assuring 90% of this value. That was in the National Water Plan in 2002. Nowadays, as a result of the dams construction, the river only contributes with a small amount estimated in 0.25 million cubic meters a year. The dam construction induces sediment supply reduction in two ways: retention in reservoirs and changing their hydrological regime. Also, dams are of extreme importance in the energy production sector. Their construction triggers the upstream retention of a volume of sediments that otherwise would nourish coastal beaches. This way, dam construction contributes for the aggravation of the coastal erosion and for the reduction of the volume of water storage available for the regulation of the rivers. This is chapter 9 of the coastal erosion along the Portuguese northwest coast due to changing sediment discharges from rivers and climate change, written by Francisco Taveira Pinto, Recuel Silva, and Joaquim Barbosa. The authors are lecturers, professors on universities in Portugal, specializing in sedimentology, civil engineering, environment, rivers, strip. So they're experts. I just thought I'd put that in. This is, I think, like Martin Singer said in the pre-hearing, he said to us, we're nothing special. I agree. This happens all around the world. But this river has had so much water taken out that it is a little bit hard to say it will have no effect on what happens further downstream, just from common sense. Then also in his answers to my evidence, I also found that Mr. Singer has not put any importance on the fact, and it's a fact, that the long low flows, which we're having now, particularly since the second tailrace was implemented, that this will form a bottleneck down where we live. So the long low flows just create a small river, obviously, and it gets very narrow. And then when a flood comes, which we have right now, it obviously is going to have to go somewhere, and it will erode on either side of the bank, and it will cause erosion. I think if this is too primitive, you could say that, to use more professional language, that the changed fluvial processes are causing a diminished river flow, which interacts with the coastal environment in such a way that wave energy combined with tidal energy and a sudden high flow event impact on the adjacent shoreline. Sorry, that's my spelling. I think what I'm trying to say is that the state of the river has an impact on the erosion down there. And going back to this consent, I believe that Meridian will have more control over the flows, what they're letting down. They are not changing the amount of water, they say, what will be coming down, but I think it will be more controlled. And with that, it will impact on what we will be getting down there. I think it's potentially a good thing, and I appreciate that, that they're saying that they have environmental concern and that they want to put more flushing flows down, like they're required to do so. So far, it's only been, I think 30% has been mentioned. So maybe we get up to 100% of flushing flows. I don't think, well, certainly I can't predict what would that do to us down at the coast, just speaking for us at the coast. I don't think any expert can either, to be honest, because, so will we have in between these flushing flows, long, low flow periods, and then we'll have the flushing flows. Will that cause us more erosion, or will it prevent it? I don't think I've found any answer in Mr. Singer's papers or anywhere else, because nobody can quite predict. Looking at all that and listening to the other evidence, I firmly believe that it should be pulled together to the 2031 consent. I think it has to be looked at a whole thing. It seems to me that just giving a consent now even doesn't make any sense for Meridian, because they are going to invest a lot of money. And in 2031, are we going to look at it then and say, because they've invested so much money 7 years back, we'll give them that consent anyway? Which I don't think would be right, and don't think it happens that way. So they potentially put a lot of money into it, and then they cannot operate it later on. So we still got a second channel up the river, what's going to happen then? Why don't we look at the whole river in one picture and make a decision? What should happen? How this technically works, I don't know, but that's my thoughts.
Well, you've got us convinced on that issue, but unfortunately the law and the way these consents have rolled out and the timing of things, there's actually nothing to stop. We've got no powers to pull these together.
Right.
The only lever we could pull would be to align if we grant consent, it would be to align the expiry of this consent with the wider consents. But we've probably just heard me talking to that Te Runanga Aparima. To do that, we'd have to have some valid reasons as to what might change in this consent. And would you agree that really your concerns are with the wider operation of the Manapori Power scheme and the minimum flows and the flushing flows that are required by those consents?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I mean that's really what Meridian is saying, is this application is giving them the conduit or the channel to be able to deliver a flow regime in the future, which will be reviewed. So they'll obviously try and deliver the flushing flows required under the protocol now. But then what goes on going forward in terms of the lower wire isn't a matter for today, that this is really just I guess you could call a tool or an improvement of a tool to be able to deliver better flushing flows in the future. So if you look at it like that, what is it that would change about this consent, you know, in 6 or 7 years' time, in your view?
I'm not sure when, if they are implementing that second channel for this consent, when will it be operational and what will happen? What will happen with in between? So then we'll be able before 2031 to put more flushing flows down the river, but they also will have long dry and low periods. So the effect on the coast, I don't think anyone would know. What will happen? And in 7 years, a lot of things can happen.
So have you experienced when a flushing flow, are you aware when that 1.5 average per year flushing flow, would you be aware down at your place?
No.
No.
It's only been about 30% of the volume and 30% of the flushing flows, as far as I would know. So it's hardly noticeable.
Yeah, well, it's only about an average of 1 to 2 a year that they've been able to deliver, and this project should increase that to somewhere between 3 and 4 probably. But when those flushing flows, so when a flushing flow is released for recreational purposes, can you tell?
No.
So you would really only be aware when the river naturally goes high with the flood flow, like you're seeing at the moment. Yes. Yeah. And is the erosion, like in the last couple of days when you've got flood flows coming down, that exacerbates what you're seeing?
Yes.
Yeah.
So in the last couple of days, we probably lost behind our place about 1 meter.
Just in this event?
Yeah.
I appreciate this as a very frustrating process for you, because it's almost like you're nibbling away at a little part of it when actually I think you acknowledge that it's the wider consents that you're concerned about.
Yes, mostly I am. I think that's the main concern. I can't quite understand what the hurry is for the consent, because it has been like this, not delivering some required flushing flows for the last 10 or 20 years.
So your point is you don't see another
Was it don't wait to
6 or 7 years? Yeah. So just on your statement research, and I'm looking on the second page of your statement. And it's the paragraph at the bottom, the first, I'll read the two sentences. I just want you to explain what you mean. You said the new channel will give Meridian more control over the flows in the lower river. It will give them the chance to put water flushing flows down the river for its health. Will be a great thing. It will give them a chance to restrict the flow more and for longer periods of time. So that's the bit I don't understand what you're saying there.
I think with any channel, it is a tool to control a river. It will be obviously possible to put some flows down, but I think it will also have the effect of just letting less water down. It doesn't seem to make much sense, sorry, but what do you explain it better?
Because I was just trying to understand how the channel and maintenance of the channel would allow them to have more control or to operate at lower levels.
So I won't go lower than the minimum required flow because they cannot, but I think it will be probably for longer periods of time.
Okay, Councillor.
No, yeah, you've asked my question for me, so I don't have to ask it. Thank you.
Well, thanks for coming and speaking to us today, research, and thanks for the time and effort you've put into your written statement as well. We do appreciate you fronting up, so
Thank you.
thanks so much. Finally, Mr. Wood. And what I wanted to say to you yesterday is thanks very much for sitting through what everyone had to say yesterday, because a lot of submitters do come and just have their say. They don't get the benefit of hearing the questions and the responses. So we do appreciate you doing that. It makes our job much easier today in talking to you. So thank you. Over to you.
Right. I had prepared my submission, and last night I sent it to my good friend Bill Chisholm, who was an environmental consultant, and he has kindly put it in words that are probably more practical to this hearing, and abbreviated it somewhat. So, but essentially it is my submission. My name is Christopher Wood. I live full-time in a dwelling at Blue Cliffs Beach, Southland. I've been a regular visitor of the area all my life, and a resident for 35 years. I'm currently over 70 now in age. So my concern with the consent principally relate to the common sense statement of Sir Isaac Newton's third law. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. This is true for riverbed processes and as much as anything else. Thus, if there is a disturbance to the riverbed at the Maoral area, there will be a consequential disturbance at the YL riverbed. We do not know precisely what that may be or how severe it may be. But given the precarious state of the Blue Cliffs Beach settlement houses, there is a strong chance that the riverbed changes upstream might end up in tipping our houses into the sea. My submission neither supports or opposes the grant of this consent. However, I suggest a number of conditions to these consents to maximise the protection of the Blue Cliffs Beach settlement and the river mouth environment. These are outlined later in this submission. It should be noted that the properties of Blue Cliffs settlement were surveyed and gazetted as private properties in 1961, 2 years before the Manapori-Te Development Act, which authorised the dewatering of the Waiau River, which was passed into law in 1963. It should also be noted that the Manapori Power Scheme is one of very few hydroelectric power schemes which does not return the water to its original riverbed. It has been diverted permanently into deep cut. This stopped the flow of water and disrupted the flow of sediment and gravel throughout the riverbed. The changes to the river as a result of the power scheme have been so great, and there are so few examples of dewatering rivers on this scale, that it is laughable for anyone, including experts, to state that there would be little or no effect of this. Geological studies show that the sediment from the Waiau catchment flowed into Te Waiwai Bay for eons. This sediment has spread throughout the bay from the Grove Burn to the west, to the Waimea stream to the east into Waiwai Bay. This sediment has created a form of erosion protection to the shoreline, with an equilibrium being reached between sediment inputs and sea erosion within the bay. The reduction of sediment washing into the bay over the last 50 years as the result of the power scheme must certainly have disrupted this equilibrium, adversely affecting this protection, and it must continue to do so. Prior to the power scheme, sediment of all sizes, from large boulders to pea gravel, would flow down the river in large floods. I can remember as a child standing on the riverbank whitebaiting with my grandfather, fishing and whitebaiting, watching the large boulders and the gravel moving along the riverbed. And this was prior to the Manapori Power Scheme, when the water was crystal clear and large volumes, and you could physically see this gravel moving. When we fished at the mouth, we weren't allowed to fish the channel that's south of the mouth because the gravel was continually moving and it was too dangerous for children. So we had to fish back further, just to clarify things a little there. And I mean, the boulders were that big that some of them, one person physically couldn't lift. They just tumbled down. And Huey Erskine, who was a long-time resident and settler in the area, told me numerous stories about how at night time, on cold frosty nights and high flow, you could hear the rumbling of the gravel going down the river, and his house was roughly half a kilometre from the riverbed, and this is how much gravel and sediment that used to flow down this river. That was huge. Anyway, we'll carry on. The constant flow of large and smaller stones, etc., to the sea created a barrier which is also unique. Comparisons to river mouths elsewhere in New Zealand are meaningless. Regardless of what the experts say, I suggest you give more credence to local knowledge, because they have seen the changes firsthand over a long period. And I repeat, this river is very unique, and the power scheme is only one of of the very few which do not return the water to the catchment. Locals are the ones who have had first-hand knowledge of the river over the last 50 years. This is more than can be said for experts who profess to know what's going on at the river mouth based on a few photos and comparisons with other rivers which bear no similarity to the Waihia. Locals have seen over the last 50 years the gravel bar at the river mouth getting thinner and thinner due to the lack of boulders, gravel and other sediment travelling down the river. Locals have tried to advise the Southland District Council contractors on how to reopen the river mouth recently. This would probably not have been the catastrophic failure it turned out to be if local knowledge was employed. Reliance on the experts caused this failure, and reliance on experts in this forum could easily cause it again. We were told that they have 200 years of experience in this matter by experts, and we don't need your local advice. And they went ahead and attempted to do this opening, and it was a total failure. They did not get it anywhere near right. And today it sits there as, and I have photographs that I will talk on later, and they walked away and left it as a complete failure. When I first started travelling along the bay, and I travelled from Monkey Island to the west, right to the base of the Hump Ridge on back in the early days, it was the old three-wheeler motorbike. And I've seen firsthand in those early days in the 70s, there was huge amounts of gravel all the way from the Grove Burn in the east to the Waimea stream, between the Waimea stream and the Grove Burn on that beach. You could ride along the top of this gravel, and it was over 100 metres wide. And I would zigzag round and through, beach combing, looking for whale bones, etc., off the beach. I've seen this gravel dissipate into sand with the action of the sea, and it has ground it all up and dissipated it back out into the bay. And now we have a situation out there where there has been no gravel flow for 50 odd years, and the sea now has taken 90% of that gravel. There is very little of that gravel left, and in places it's impassable on a motorbike. So it's just some 15 years ago at the hearing on the revisited flow for the second tailways, I gave evidence based on local knowledge that the flow changes would cause serious issues at the river mouth sometime in the next 10 years or so. This is happening now. The cause is lack of gravel input into the river, coupled with the flow changes over the last 50 years. While we cannot predict the changes caused by this consent, further changes to the river mouth processes are inevitable, and these can be or could be catastrophic. This has absolutely nothing to do with sea level changes, climate change, etc., proposed by Dr. Singh. It is solely caused by flow changes in the river. Meridian, the applicant, have made mention of flushing flows, which are of no consequence to the erosion issue. Flushing flows have little bearing on sediment and bedload flows in the river. The only time we get any flow of gravel is when we have large flows of water and it is eroding the banks away. The sediment on the bottom of the river is locked in place. Sorry, the gravel on the bed of the river is locked in place with sediment and can't move. The main problem we have with erosion at Bluecliff is when there are releases of large volumes of water in the river. The rapidity of the flow changes and the duration of these changes. Meridian's consent allows it to basically treat the lower Waiau River as a giant spillway. There are effects of dewatering, bedload removal, and rapid change in flow, and coupled with unique river operating and unique geological circumstances. I have considerable concern about Dr. Martin Single's evidence and shed. Basically, nobody can predict the outcomes of any further changes in flow rates, flow changes and/or sediment load. There is no science available to make the predictions he has made, and changes at the river mouth are the result of factors other than those caused by the exercise of Meridian's current consents and the additional consents. Dr. Single's evidence is not robust scientifically and is speculative at best. It draws on conclusions unsupported by data of any meaningful consequence. I submit that in an absence of any robust, meaningful scientific data, local knowledge provides the best pictures of what's going on. While my submission neither supports nor opposes the grant of these consents, I believe the Council should implement a policy that the exercise of all the consents on the lower Waiau should include consideration of the actual and potential effects at the river mouth. This policy should have a specific goal to protect the houses at the river mouth, Bluecliff Beach settlement. In addition, I recommend the following conditions on the consents applied for. Restrict the rate of flow increase through the Mararoa control structure in a flood event. And what I'm saying here is that large increases in flow at the Mararoa end of the river are devastating at the mouth end of the river. And I'll explain that. What I'm saying is when we have periods of low flow, the river mouth closes up into a narrow channel and the sea pushes the gravel up around it and holds it in place. When we get a large flow that comes down in a hurry, that doesn't get a chance to go out the mouth because it's held back by the gravel. It can't push the gravel out fast enough. So we have rapid rise in the Tuewe Lagoon area and in the river because it can't get out the mouth. So then it comes up and eventually flows over the top of the gravel bar and decimates it and just wipes it out and opens it up for the sea to come crashing in. So what we want is a very small increase, well, not so much very, but a small increase in flow rate. Something like, I don't know, so many cubics, 50 cubics per hour increase or something to that effect, so that it gives the chance for the river to actually scour out the channel to let the water go that's coming down a little later. So if we have small increases in the volume that's coming, it pushes that gravel out and stops the erosion and the flooding that happens when large volumes arrive at once. Does that make sense?
Yeah, are you suggesting sort of a ramping up of flows before the flood comes?
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, they know well in advance that the lake has reached its maximum level, or that the Mararoa is coming down in a flood level, and this can be released earlier and let the water build up slowly and alleviate the damage.
So wouldn't that just, if you ramped up the flow, and wouldn't everything you explained, the lagoon would rise, because presumably the mouth would be closed, you'd ramp up the flows, the level in the lagoon would come up. But
Yeah, but what happens is that if it happens at a slower rate, it scours out the mouth, and that water then gets the chance, it doesn't rise so high because it's being released at the same time as it's at the same rate as it's coming down. And it opens the mouth up into a wider channel, and when the larger flow eventually arrives, it can escape without rising up over the top of the gravel bar and destroying it.
So when this last flood came through in the last few days,
Yeah.
it does ramp up, doesn't it? It doesn't come down as a wave, so it comes and it increases.
This last one came down a bit slower. Other events that I will show you with pictures here shortly came down much quicker, and it just rises because it can't escape. The channel is too small. It rises up and goes over the top of the gravel bar and just decimates it because there's not enough of it left. It's gone.
So this last couple of days where you saw a slower sort of increase in flows, did that do what you're saying?
Yes.
Did that scour the channel and open it?
Yes, it did. Yes. Yes.
Yep.
And didn't cause any real problems. It's when we get these large volumes in a hurry that creates severe problems at our end of the river. So the next one was gravel removed by the consent must be returned to the riverbed at a suitable area of the riverbed below the Mararoa weir. This area is to be determined by least environment impact. Why I'm saying this is that gravel that they are removing is part of the Mararoa River Delta, and that would have naturally arrived down at the sea. The river would have carried that gravel down to the sea and been deposited on the gravel bar to replace what the sea is continually grinding up. So what we're saying is we want that gravel, instead of it being put on a bird nesting site above the weir, transport that gravel and put it down in the river so that it can flow down the river in time and end up where it was meant to go. And that is at the river mouth at the sea. It is also, in my opinion, the consent should be for a limited time and align it with the consent of the renewals of the power scheme in 2031. And my reasoning for that is that this consent and this channel, if it is granted, is going to create havoc at our end of the river. And 7 years is probably too long to readdress what is happening and the flow regime that will come through that channel. And I think it needs to be available to be readdressed in a much shorter period of time. Number 4 is this sediment that's going to be travelling down the river, especially during the breakout period, which, according to what I've heard, is going to be around about October, which is the whitebait season. This is going to be totally detrimental to the whitebait ability to travel into the river, and not only for the recreational fishermen to catch, but for the survival of the species. when the river is dirty, the whitebait don't travel up the river. So we're going to have an extended period during this season next year where we're going to have a dirty river that's going to affect the whitebait season. And we also wanted, in item 5, to set up an alert system, warning Blue Cliffs residents and other affected parties down the river of impending high flow events. In today's age, this is quite a simple request for Meridian to set up a simple call system that will alert via text message anybody that's aligned to it that the river flows are increasing to a certain level, and give us sufficient time to react. And that includes farmers, etc., to remove stock and so on from low-lying areas. That is essentially my evidence in chief. I'd like to talk now about these photographs. I'd also like to state as well that I fully support the evidence of Ollie search and also other submitters that have submitted yesterday that I sat and listened to. So I'm very supportive of all the submitters that have been so far. We'll start with these photographs, and I hope you've got the same order as me. Several days ago, I travelled the length of Tuawe Bay.
This one.
Yes, that's the one. Yep, on my quad bike, which you can see the front of. And I travelled the whole length of the bay from Monkey Island right to the base of the hut over 2 days. This photograph here shows a picture looking towards the river mouth, and this was taken adjacent to the Tuawe Lagoon. And it shows just how thin that gravel bar actually is now. 50 years ago, that gravel bar was in excess of 100 metres wide. You could play a game of football on it across the spit between the river and the sea. And it is at the stage now where it's the next big storm we get that is going to flatten that, and it is going to put the whole of the Tuawe Lagoon and the whitebait enhancement ponds and properties further along at our end in real jeopardy. And I'll show you a picture at the end of what happens.
Would that bar in your time there, have you seen it increase in width?
No.
Or is it always
It's
decreasing?
Decreasing. Every year it's getting thinner and thinner.
So after like an event like the last few days, once everything goes down, you won't notice any difference to the width of the gravel bar?
No, not a little bit towards the mouth end where it's very dynamic and changing. But further along where these photographs is taken, no, there is no change other than yesterday. We had a particularly high tide and quite a storm out there, and it has crashed down this gravel in 2 places along that Tuawe Lagoon. So water was flowing in from the sea over the top of the bar and into the lagoon yesterday, because there's insufficient gravel to hold the sea out anymore. The second picture shows just how a simple scouring affects this gravel. Like this basin that's showed in the second picture is ripped out by the sea. And this is exactly where it was busting over yesterday. The third picture here is the attempted reopening of the mouth by the councils involved. It was a total disaster because they would not listen to local knowledge. This is just a huge white elephant. Right from the word go, they got it totally wrong. They totally even underestimated the size of the job that was involved, let alone the location of it, and the timing of the opening. Everything was totally out of kilter. That's what you get when you don't involve local knowledge. It's just hundreds of thousands of dollars totally wasted. And we still have the same problem. The next picture shows the opening looking back towards the proposed opening that they did, looking back towards the properties and the bank on the other side, just to give you an idea of the channel that they open, and the size of the event that they tried, of what they tried to do. The next picture is down towards the mouth further, adjacent or opposite our properties. And this shows the height and the width of what gravel is left there. Yesterday, the water was coming clean over the top of that, behind our properties, at the top, at the peak of the storm. That is because there is not enough gravel left to keep the sea out. And that is because the flow of gravel has been stopped by the mandatory control structure. The next picture shows the bank and the erosion behind our properties. My property is located right in the middle. You can see two white chairs at the back gate. Oh, slightly to the right. And you can see how the bank has been eroded. And even in the last few days, we've lost more ground down there. So the only time we lose any ground behind our properties is when Meridian releases large flows of water. Under normal operation and low flow situations, we have no issues down there. And I hope you've got this one here as well, have you?
Yep.
Right, this shows what happens when Meridian lets the water go in a hurry when we have a closed up or a narrowed up mouth, because we've had a period of a long period of low flow. This was a flood that came down in the middle of the night that we had no knowledge that was coming, and you can see what the damage has done. Now, the middle photograph shows my caravan stuck in the middle of the flood because we had no warning to get them out. And you can see that it's gone right over the top of the gravel bar in the bottom picture and on the top picture. And it is flowing over the top out to sea because it hasn't had a chance to open up the mouth to let that water escape rather than build up. And this is what I was talking about earlier, about the flow, the rate of increase in flow has to be reduced to a level that is not going to create these problems. And this was a flood in the year 2000 during the White Bay season.
October 2000, you think?
Sorry?
October 2000.
Somewhere around there, yeah, it was definitely in the White Bay season during the year 2000. And this last photograph was taken in November 06. 2006. And that shows, firstly, how much land was behind the properties at Blue Cliffs Beach. And all the caravans and white baiters, etc., all parked down on the bottom towards the river. And this event was a spring tide, and it was a huge storm. So we had a very large depression that was right over our area. The barometer dropped dramatically, and this allowed the sea level to rise up. And with the wind, this you can see in the top right-hand corner, the foam of the sea going right over top of the bar back in that event. Now, the bar was sufficient then to rebuild itself because there was enough gravel back in 2006 to actually have its ability to reform itself into the gravel bar again. Since then, we have not had an occasion where it has come right over the top. The next time that we get a storm with these spring tide events, there is going to be a total disaster down there, because now, as these pictures showed earlier, that there is not enough gravel left to hold the sea out, and it will come crashing over the top. It will bust it over and just decimate all the low-lying land that's adjacent to the river. Just unbelievable. Essentially, it's too late for us, I think. There is never ever going to be enough gravel come down that river to rebuild that bar to save us. I don't know where we're going to go from there. I really don't. But, just a small extra note about the sediment that comes down when Meridian released the turbid water out of the Mararoa. When it becomes in a flood situation, it comes down the river and it's undiluted and it's chocker full of sediment. Now, prior to the Manapori Power Scheme, there was lots of lake water that mixed with this sediment and carried it down all the way to the sea. Now, since the Mararoa Weir has been put in place and the scheme, we don't get that clear water mixing with the Mararoa water, and we get this heavy load of sediment, and it drops the sediment all the way down the river, because the flow, when it's only Mararoa turbid water and not lake water mixing with it, it is that heavily laden with sediment that it drops it on the way down. And this is what's happened in the last 50 years. This sediment has locked in place the gravel in the riverbed, the whole riverbed from one end to the other. The gravel is totally locked in place with sediment. Now, unfortunately, I don't have the pictures of that with me, but if you look at the resource consent for the MTAD, my submission at the MTAD hearing, my pictures of the gravel sediment are in that. So that's worth a look. It shows you just how this gravel is locked in place and can't travel, even during periods of high flow of the river, and I mean really high flow, this gravel doesn't move. Prior to the scheme, as I've said, that you can stand on the bank and watch this gravel moving. There's none. There's no movement anymore. I defy anybody to come and show me where it has deposited more gravel at the Waikiwi mouth. It simply has not happened for 50 years. And when this water gets, this turbid water gets to the Waiau mouth, it also flows into the Tuawe Lagoon. Now, what's happened there is that this Tuawe Lagoon, because of all these flows with heavy sediment, it fills up and it rises up and it's full of this turbid water, and it drops all the sediment in the Tuawe Lagoon. On a low tide now, this lagoon, you can see that it's unnavigable by a boat, whereas it has always been a boating mecca. The whole lagoon now is full of sediment, and you can't actually navigate it in a boat at low tide. Now, in the past, they used to have boat races. They had a boat club there. They had speedboat races there every year. It was a regular event. I remember it. And at where the clubhouse was, there were two poles in the ground. One on this side of on the bank side, and the other pole was in the gravel bar on the other side, directly across. Now these two poles were the start-finish line. Okay, so that was the start of the racing and the etc. And they used to go up the Tuawe Lagoon, turn around at the end, and came racing back down again. Now the pole that was on the Tuawe Lagoon, on the spit side of it, is now in the sea. So it was on the river, on the bank, on the lagoon side, and stuck away up in the air. And now that pole is actually in the sea because there's not enough gravel there, and the sea has come over the top and rolled it in. And this pole has remained in place, in the same place, still upright, and is now actually in the sea. That's how much the sea has been able to roll this whole gravel bar inwards, because it comes over the top. 50 years ago, this wasn't possible because there was enough gravel there to hold it out. So the Tuawe Lagoon is essentially buggered. It's just full of sediment. Duck shooters and etc. that shoot up there can't navigate it at low tide. It's impossible. It's just mud and sediment. To my knowledge, and I have searched, there's been no studies done to this date on what the rate is that the sea can grind this gravel up into sand. Now, most of the gravel that forms that bed is a soft stone. And it's my submission that this is there is always waves on our beach. It's never flat. It's never dead flat. It's always waves. And this, from high tide to low tide, it is continually washing this gravel as it comes up. And this is grinding it all up into sand. And then it dissipates into the bay. So there has never been any studies done to find out how fast the sea can do this. And it's my submission that it's happening at an alarming rate. It really is. There's areas along there where it's just no gravel. It's devoid of gravel where there was just masses of it. Yeah. Anyway, that's my submission. I've said enough.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. I mean, you've done really well. I mean, I can just see the frustration and the tiredness on your face. You feel like you've been banging your head against a brick wall for a long time. We do really sympathise that it must be a very difficult position that you're in. I pick up from what you've said to us that you do acknowledge that this consent, just by not opposing or supporting, that you acknowledge that this consent probably isn't at the root of your concerns, that the consents for the wider power scheme really are at the heart of your concerns.
Yes and no, because this channel now is going to allow Meridian to dump huge volumes of water down the river when the lake starts to flood. And this is a great concern, because when these large volumes of water arrive, it just is devastating.
I'm just trying to understand how that works, because
Well, when you get a bigger channel, you can the reason why they can't deliver on the flushing flows is because of the gravel build-up in front of the Mararoa weir. Is that not correct? I mean, that's what I understand. This is why this whole consent process is happening.
or gravel has built up in the channel. They've got the consents to continuously keep the weir maintained to a certain level, but yeah, they have identified a hump in the existing channel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this channel will also allow not just the flushing flows, but the flood flows. It's a huge channel. It's going to be able to carry thousands of cubics of water. And if that gives the Meridian the ability to send down huge amounts of water down the river at the touch of a button, basically. And this is a concern that we have. This is why we've made a submission to this hearing.
Because the controls actually at the gates, unless we see the kind of flows of the last few days when things are spilling over the weir. Once things are spilling over the weir, I don't think the channel's really here nor there, because I would have thought the water's just coming through the whole system. I mean, it just looked like a lake up there the other day, so it's hard to see in that event, if the channel was underneath that water, what difference that would have made in a flow event. So I'm just, or you explain to me if I'm missing.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Well, what I'm saying to you is most of the flow is controlled by the gates, by the structure itself.
Yeah, but this what it's going to do is allow Meridian to, when the lake gets above its maximum level, they can open the gates and send down much larger volumes of water than they would have been able to without it.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's correct. When you see that, when
Well,
it looks like a lake.
If they can't let a flushing, they haven't got the ability to let a flushing flow go to the size that's required because of the constraints in front of it.
I understand that, but I think that's at low levels of the lake. So once the lake gets down to a level where it can't get over the hump, that's sort of graded there.
Well, why don't they just remove the hump?
Because they'd have to work in the flowing water, which would have some very adverse effects. I mean,
90% of the time the water flows back into the lake. When the Mararoa is running at its normal capacity, it adds to the level of the lake. It supplies water to the lake. That's the whole reason that the Mararoa weir was put in the place that it is to get that water.
they can't take it when it's dirty, like the other day.
I
So,
understand
yeah.
that.
So
Yes,
those
I
high
know.
flows, yeah.
It's all automated and it lets the water go. But it's the rate that they let the water go that is the concern. And they have the ability now with this channel to let much greater volumes of water go when they open the gates.
I'll let the experts respond to you on that one, but my understanding is they'll have much better ability to let flows go when they're at lower lake levels.
Yes, they will. Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because
But they also have the ability, when the lake is full to its maximum level, when they are required to spill the water, they can let much bigger volumes go because it'll come through that channel. It's simple. you put a bigger hole, it can flow more. But it's not that we have it's the rate of increase that causes the problems.
Understood. Are you aware at your end when the flushing flows are released, when the recreational flows or the flushing flows for Didimo? Can you see that down your end or just?
Yeah, you can. If you're white baiting or fishing or something, you can see it rise, and that can also include the recreational for the jet boaters and so on. You can see the difference. Just.
You'd need to be somebody like you to see that
difference.
Yeah,
you need to know what's happening. You need to know what the state of the tide is, what the flow in the river is, and etc. to be able to identify that it is an increase. Yeah.
And where's that noticeable to you? Is that noticeable in the actual river itself, or
Yes,
the lagoon?
Yes. In the river and the lagoon.
Both.
Yeah.
So when there's a big event like yesterday happening, or the last few days, I assume that Tiana was spilling and that Menapori was and the Mararoa, everything's basically bypassing any system and coming down.
Yeah.
So we probably saw a pretty normal system in the last few days, as if nothing's sort of there. When those conditions are occurring, can you see that bed load, that gravel movement that you've talked about when you were a kid?
No, there is none.
But those flow volumes must be similar to when you were a kid.
No, because the gravel is locked in place in the riverbed. It can't move. The only gravel that moves is what is being eroded from the banks and the islands that are in the river. There's nothing out of the bed of the river travels.
And that's locked in there, in your view, by the finer sediment that comes down all the time.
When the Mararoa is in flood and is not being diluted by lake water. And that drops, the sediment load is huge and it drops it on the way down and it has locked all this gravel in place.
So, Mr. Wood, is that why you, help me understand, are you suggesting that the gravel that's excavated from the channel, should it go ahead, be put back into the river further down?
Yes.
To help with the gravel?
Preferably right down at the sea, at our end.
Right.
The cost of that is probably prohibitive, but it should go back into the river to be allowed to travel down its natural path.
Do you accept that there might be sediment attached to that gravel as well?
There will be, yes, yes.
Mr. Wood, are you, with your knowledge of going these long distances along the coast, are you aware of coastal erosion happening along the south coast?
Yes, I am, yes. Areas that are not affected by the YL gravels are showing, are eroding at a reasonable rate down there. And one of the reasons for that is the scientists tell me that the tectonic plate in our area is dipping. On the west coast it's rising, on the east coast it's rising, but in certain areas, but in our area along that south coast the plate is actually dropping. And this is allowing the sea level to rise further, and it is causing erosion in the cliffs in certain places for sure. Yeah. Like you can only travel along towards the White River or stream at dead low tide now.
And communities like Rowan are still experiencing coastal erosion and...
Not so much at the Rowan. Further along the beach towards the White there is more erosion, and down towards between Oropuki and Monkey Island there is considerable erosion there. Both ends of the beach, I would say, are suffering from erosion. Well, both ends of the bay. Yes.
And when you talk about catastrophic outcomes, you're talking really about the community at Blue Cliffs there.
And not only that, but the farmland, the whitebait enhancement ponds, everything that's in that area will get annihilated when that gravel bar collapses. And it's only a matter of time.
Just in terms of the text alert system, are you aware of Environment Southland's flow alert systems and things, that those are available?
I'm aware of the website that shows the river level and rainfall, etc., and I do use that.
Yeah.
But in the middle of the night, like this one here, we're not on our computers or on our phones and whatnot checking, and this is what happens.
Well, if we drew a line about this application and what we could sort of directly attach to it effects, then you could say an alert of the flushing flows occurring could be justified, but that doesn't help you, does it?
No, the flushing flows don't, even if they're up to their full capacity, don't create a problem. It's not the flushing flows that we have a concern with, it's the high flood flows that they release through the gates.
It's clear. Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's me done, thank you.
Well, Mr. Wood, what you've said to us is very clear. Our lack of questions for you isn't lack of interest in the issues you raise. It's really that you've been so clear, and your photos have certainly painted a good picture of all your points. So thanks for your efforts, and Mr. Chisholm's done a good job putting your words together for you. So
Yes, yeah.
thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we're just on 10:36, so we might break for a cup of tea. We change over. I think that brings us to the end of submitters, and we'll move on to the council's team after morning tea. So yeah, we'll come back just at 10 to 11. Thanks. Sorry, mine's actually health and safety. Okay, welcome back everybody. Okay, we're going to move on to the reporting officers and the witnesses. So just circulated now is the suggested condition from the YR working party of turbidity monitoring in the YR arm upstream. So thank you for doing that overnight. So we've got the benefit of looking at it this afternoon. We appreciate your efforts, so thank you. Okay, Ms. Sullivan, to you.
Yeah, thank you. With your agreement, we're thinking we might kick things off with Raymond Strong. Move on to Greenville and Mike Forson if that works, and then it's fine, come up at the end if that works. So yeah, we weren't going to read out our technical reports, mostly just responding to any questions you have or issues that we may want to raise.
Yep, that sounds good. We might drop the ball in terms of conditions, but what we might do is at the end, we might get Mr. Murray back to the table and we might just step through the conditions, and that might help me order some questions for this side of the table. So certainly speak to conditions, but it just takes the pressure off me a little bit. Okay, Mr. Strong.
Yeah, just as Bianca said, happy to take design report as read. We're not a lot for me to add to. It's appropriate for me to say so or not, but I did like Mr. Wood's submission of it. Some useful information in there, and some good longitudinal observation. And certainly that value of local knowledge and experience over time is an important one. That's probably the only comment I would make.
Okay, I'm just having a quick look to see if I have any questions for you. I guess I just had one overall one really for you, and that was just in relation to your summary. Whether overall the adverse effects on the physical environment as yours assessed it would be less than minor.
Yeah, that is still my view. Mr. Woods did make a good point with his submission around that new channel and what impact that might have in terms of the ability for Meridian to, I guess, discharge larger volumes more quickly down the river. And my gut feel is that isn't a particularly large effect, based on the conveyance of the gate structure at high flows. And I got kind of noted I did have a bit of a drive past the control gate structure on Sunday coming back from Te Anau. It's obviously at an elevated level. And I guess the combination of that and the moderation of the hydrograph as the flood flow runs down the river, it feels to me like that's probably not going to be a particularly large impact downstream. I did just have a bit of a trawl back through Dan Watch's evidence, couldn't quite pick it up, but I would imagine that Dan Watch will have covered that in their technical work. It seemed to have modelled it fairly thoroughly. And I think as you asked Dougal that question in terms of level of confidence in the hydraulic model, and I'd have a fairly high level of confidence in that hydraulic model. It's a relatively easy thing to simulate. So I think you can certainly have confidence, a reasonable level of confidence in those outputs.
I think it's twofold, isn't it? It's actually a pretty simple hydraulic modelling, and in terms of the information we've got here for the inputs, we've got some pretty good data. Yeah. So the hydrograph changes that you would expect to see going into a flood flow condition, with the channel versus without the channel, what kind of changes would you expect to see to the hydrograph?
Well, in bearing in mind that clearly Meridian work under that higher level set of conditions in terms of operating the power scheme, but the hydrograph at the front end might be a little steeper. But I think that's not, my gut feel is that that's not going to be a particularly substantive issue. And the level of attenuation that you would get again from that control gate structure, realising that there's potential impacts all the way down that low reach of the wire, but the attenuation of that down, particularly at the mouth, would mean I think that effect is going to be, as you summarised with your question, and that's pretty minimal, if not zero, but certainly imperceptible anyway, I suspect.
So when you say not a large effect, in your view, that would be a minor.
Yeah. And I've seen that previously on the Clutha, just in, I guess, drawing parallels between the wire and the Clutha. There was certainly a recorded event in the past with the Clutha where the peak flow at Alexandra was actually higher than the peak flow at Clutha, even though there are catchment inputs to the Clutha further downstream. That attenuation effect, the flattening of the hydrograph as that flood wave moves down the river, actually meant that the peak was smaller at Clutha and not larger. So just, slightly different river system and obviously a much longer length of river with the Clutha, but that attenuation is, it would expect over whatever it is, 40, 50 kilometres, I think it is, between Blue Cliffs and the control gate structure for that attenuation to be quite noticeable.
So when you say the hydrograph's a little bit steeper at the front end, so that's kind of the opposite to what it's asking, isn't it? So that means those higher flows will be released a little bit faster, a little bit sooner than...
Potentially, but I guess Meridian are still working within the overall terms of their consent to operate scheme. And again, that channel is I think you noted at the time, that channel is intended to obviously provide a greater ability to flush the lower reach of the wire when the Manapuri is at low levels. So that's all about that conveyance when the lake level is low. The sediments, as I noted in my evidence, the sediments that the Mararoa has deposited in front of the control gate structure, and the recognised need to provide greater conveyance from the lake to the control gate structure. But again, as you would have seen, the fixed weir that sits alongside the control gate structure, even a few hundred mil on that gives you a lot of flow that comes over that in a fairly short space of time.
Yeah. So in that flooding conditions, the sill height is really the key constriction, isn't it? Once you get,
You're creating a little bit more hydraulic efficiency with the channel up there for them, but again, I don't think that's going to be
and that hydraulic efficiency is only as great as the gate structure, isn't it, at the end of the day?
Yeah, which is, you're quite right, which is certainly a controlling influence there. And obviously, the whole thing is going to, in a high lake level event, the whole thing is quite submerged.
No, I'm thinking that there's no real control over that for Meridian, isn't it? The flow levels in the lake just continue and they get to a point and then they're either triggered to open the gate.
Yeah.
Once that's fully open, the only sort of getting to that point that is just faster, is it?
And so that formed channel is only really relating to the control gate structure that Meridian operates. It's not related to the sill. The new channel is going to have essentially no effect at all in terms of the flow that comes over that sill when the lake level is high. It's really just the control gate structure. And again, as Mr. Wood noted, Meridian have the control for that in terms of, how high or otherwise those gates are opened when you have the rising level of that flow coming through.
And in terms of have you got the experience in terms of what that ramping up of flows and the ability to scour out a channel versus, the not ramping up the flows and having a higher flow come through faster?
Do you mean in terms of downstream effects on?
Yeah, so what
the
Mr. Wood
events,
was saying, he thinks that when the flood comes slower, there's a slower ramping up, that enables the channel to scour, whereas a shorter ramp up period, I took from what he was saying, was that doesn't allow the mouth to scour out and then just inundates the gravel bank and spills.
Do you mean as a function of the new channel that Meridian are proposing, or is this more generally with the mouth itself?
Just more generally, because I think those two things, I think you'd probably tell me that the ramping up happens naturally anyway through the structure.
Yeah. And I guess my gut feel again would be the attenuation means that effect of the mouth would be essentially zero, would certainly be fairly minimal.
Sorry, can you repeat the first part of that again?
So the ramping up would any kind of difference that channel might make would essentially be, with the attenuation effect down at the mouth, I think would be pretty close to zero, would be fairly imperceptible to the eye, I suspect. Again, I think Mr. Wood's observations around some of those processes at Blue Cliffs certainly resonated a lot with me. I think maybe some of those, in some ways, in some minor ways, some of those dots maybe not joined correctly, but there's certainly a lack of, and this is speaking to the work that we did for emergency management Southland back in March. There's a bit of an absence of information there. I think the base information would enable some more precise understandings of those processes in that area.
But that information doesn't really relate to this application,
No,
does it?
no.
So that's really in terms of the wider effects of the
Exactly,
scheme.
and I've been quite clear about that.
Yeah, that's right. And in terms of what we've heard from submitters, it would have been my initial gut feeling is that you wouldn't necessarily be alert to the flushing flow type volumes coming down. But does that give us a little bit of information as well into what a ramping up would do, that it would actually, what you just said about hard to see an effect, ramping up at the mouth.
Yep.
That you might see it below the structure or somewhere higher in the catchment, but by the time you get down to the mouth.
Yeah, possibly. I think it may be more observable closer to the gate structure. But I think in terms of physical effects and impacts, you might get a slightly greater rate of rise, but I don't think you would necessarily. I don't think there'd be any other impact in terms of greater scour or greater bed movement or anything related to that.
Yeah. Anything for Mr. Strong?
I'm fascinated by what might happen to the existing channels once the new channel is open. So obviously there's a deposition in the main channel currently, which is causing the problems. So once the flow through that channel and the south channel, which is what I refer to it as, is lower, generally speaking, because the new channel is taking a bit as well. Firstly, the new channel, does it have the potential to have that deposition build up over time as well? And also what happens to the lower flow through that existing channel in that little island?
Do I think it would build up over time effectively?
Yeah. So
to my mind, the training line that Meridian previously built that is intended to push the bed load from the Mararoa more directly through the control gate structure seems to my mind to work pretty effectively. I think most of that deposition that's there predates that training line. And I did, again, observations coming through on Sunday looking at that Certainly the dirty water from the Manaroa was all going through the control gate structure. It wasn't, and Manapori's, Waiā was obviously quite a long down the river in that context, but I think the training line that's been previously built 10, 15 years ago seems to function pretty efficiently. Seems to be a good design. It's pretty well lined up with the control gate structure.
Yeah.
I mean, that doesn't mean that there's some finer sediment that might not spread into that channel. There's an issue, and I think it was a point of discussion when we met with Meridian and Christchurch, that was back in March, in terms of the current kind of flow regime. It's quite clear that the Manaroa is not doing a lot of mixing with Waiā flow. I guess the consideration then becomes, if the Manaroa is high and Manapori is relatively low, and the contribution of the Waiā is relatively low, what does that mean for some of that, particularly that finer suspended sediment, in terms of where that ends up? I guess my gut feel, particularly with the alignment that Meridian are proposing for that new channel, is I can't see that that's going to be a major issue. I think what they're proposing in terms of that new channel feels fairly hydraulically efficient to me. And I think that, it feels like the suspended sediment deposition in that piece of channel that's in the Waiā that's further west, I can't see that there will be that much of an issue. Doesn't feel like it.
So it's really going to the heart of what the Waiā Working Party was saying about the potential for this channel to sort of be a more direct path into the Waiā.
Yeah, and we talked a bit about that yesterday, and I'm sure that presumably a fairly easy thing for Dam Watch to look at a little bit more closely with some hydraulic modelling. But again, just the way that existing Manaroa channel training line meets the control gate structure and the new channel comes in, I kind of struggle to see that as being an issue. I guess what would be interesting, and again it's something that we talked about when we met with Meridian and advisors in Christchurch, was just how often the Manaroa is in a flood state and the Manapori is low. I think the contention from Dam Watch is that almost inevitably when the Manaroa is running high, Manapori will be high as well, and the Waiā will be full. And I think that's probably valid, but it would have been good to, it's kind of around the margins a little bit, it would have been good to statistically analyse that in terms of recorded data sets, and just to slice and dice those data sets to be definitive around that. But it kind of feels like it's a relatively minor issue. Again, as I kind of stated in my report, I can understand the logic that's, looking at it from an engineering perspective anyway, I can understand the logic that's been applied to this in the technical work. Feels quite sensible to me. Fundamentally, as an issue to, again, specifically address this issue of being able to flush lower reach of the river when it's low. I couldn't think of any other way that you would do it.
In terms of just addressing that, what you're really putting across is a minor area of uncertainty, and you feel that it's not something that would warrant further modelling work. Would the approach to address that be sort of precautionary in terms of doing some TSS monitoring, as the Waiā Working Party are suggesting, at a point closer to the new cut, so that it's not so far up the system?
That would be a belt and braces way of doing it. I suspect with that finer sediment that you could probably use the model that Dam Watch have come up with to be reasonably definitive on that, but I think that suspended sediment monitoring would be a good definitive way of addressing the matter. Again, it kind of feels relatively minor to me, but in terms of likelihood, I think.
But not particularly onerous, is it, to put on a real-time
no,
TSS monitor to see what's going on, to make sure there isn't that backflow? Yeah. Okay.
No, that's not done.
You might not be off the hook when we go through the conditions, but we'll let you off the hook at this stage, and we'll circle back around to those conditions. You might just want to jump in anyway. Thank you, Mr. Strong. Well,
Me next. Similar to Raymond, I don't have anything to add at this point, but happy to take questions.
yeah, just go to a moment. That's Dr. Thorson, isn't it? Burrow. I was thinking I'm looking at Dr. Burrow, but I'm thinking that's not the order you were going to go in. Right. I'm just pleased his name starts with B and not H, because when I look through the list, just about every doctor in the room starts with H. Yeah, I'm just looking at Dr. Barrow, you'd suggested in an additional condition, I'm looking at your paragraph 12 of your summary there. Has that been put into the conditions?
I'll just double check what I said.
I'll let you find it.
I'm not sure that it has. So that was sort of spelled out in paragraph 29 about
29.
The future maintenance works being contingent on, I guess, monitoring showing the success of the works in terms of reduced, increased flashing flow and reduced purifying. I'm sure that is there now.
And the importance of that relates obviously to whether the goal of this application is being achieved. But the importance of that is also critical to the wider consensus, isn't it, going forward to?
Yes, and I appreciate that there's overlapping things going on. This is effectively to help meet, I guess, the protocol, the flashing flow protocol requirements, which are related to the other consent. So yes, it's just about tying it to this, and from a maintenance perspective, it's been useful hearing from Meridian's experts that maintenance is likely to be, a very short duration and very infrequent, so maybe every 5 to 10 years. So that does reduce some of my concerns, but I don't think that's tied to any consent condition that says it shall be every 5 to 10 years and it will only be for X period of time. So that's the only concern about that.
Yeah. So what you would be looking for there is, what would you be measuring? You're measuring the proportion of flows, but how the channels, I just want to understand how we'd measure the effectiveness of.
I guess in the same way that we've sort of had evidence from Meridian's experts to say that they've only been able to deliver a relatively small number of flashing flows. I guess you could present the same evidence that shows that you've been able to get more flashing flows, and that it's had and ultimately that it's had the desired outcome with respect to reduced periphyton cover. Obviously, DDMO is quite tenacious, and it's made flashing flow requirements really problematic for hydro companies. So there's always going to be a degree of uncertainty about how much you can move.
And it's the second bit's a bit tricky, isn't it? Because the first bit, we could probably just get some record keeping and the reporting, and then maybe at the end of a certain period, a summary and sort of an assessment as to whether the that reliability is being increased and by what level. The second bit about the outcome on the Didimo downstream is probably a pretty hard one, isn't it? Because you've got all this background drivers in terms of temperature and.
Well, I would have thought not. I mean, it's yes, there are all these other variables, but either it's effective or it's not. I wouldn't have thought. Otherwise, why bother? It's a lot of expense and effort to get the outcome, and it should be measurable. If the outcome's not measurable, then it's questionable as to why you bother.
So in your view, that condition is still missing from the set that we've got in front of us? Yeah. So you'd be happy to work with Ms. Sullivan to draft something up that would achieve what you're suggesting?
Sure. Yes.
And does that relate in your mind to the duration of consent? Like the uncertainty as to whether this will be effective, is it so great that this is more kind of a trial? I guess I probably wouldn't ask this question if I hadn't seen other cuts on site and other engineering, I wouldn't call them disasters, but other engineering things that didn't meet their goals.
I don't know that it affects duration, because my concern is about that you might go in and do more and more disturbance without, so more pain without the gain. So that's my principal concern there. But if you've got a feedback that says, well, hang on, we can't really justify doing this because we're not having the desired outcome, it doesn't really matter about consent duration.
Well, if the consent goes for 35 years and you can continue excavating down to a level for something that's not working as it should have worked, then you're actually, like you say, more pain for no gain ongoing. I mean, if the channel actually didn't deliver any increase in reliability, why would you continue to do in-stream works?
So I'm not sure if that's a rhetorical question or if
Yeah,
you're
well,
asking
it
me a
probably
question.
is. A lot of that, at least it was a question. Yeah, well, I guess I'm saying, why would you let somebody carry on an activity for 35 years if at the beginning it's shown that it actually wasn't effective in the first place? Because you're saying that's a pretty critical point, is to see whether we've achieved the goals, which could be a factor that fed into saying, well, actually, a shorter duration consent than 35 years is appropriate, because otherwise you've consented an activity to go on and have ongoing, granted probably minor effects, but ongoing effects for something that's not effective. Or do you think they're just likely not to do it? It's all money spent, isn't it?
Well, yeah, and I think it would be a real shame to have a short duration consent for something that's, in all probability is going to work.
Yeah.
So I think that would be really unfortunate. There's a lot of effort that's gone into it.
So really your answer is duration's not the lever there, it comes back to that reporting and seeing that it's working, and if not, why not, and then looking at what needs to be done from that point.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I'll just flick through your you did quite well. I thought you'd just flick that onto Ms. Sullivan. So.
Thanks, Greg.
The good thing is most of the questions get answered by everyone else by the time we get to the end. So you have that short-term pain. My question really is this short-term pain likely to have a significant impact on the aquatic life and the life supporting capacity? And I'm really getting at section 107 here, over the duration of the consent. Or does that really just relate to that first part of the construction, and then really any potential for any significant adverse effects is really related to that, the construction phase?
So in terms of adverse effects or positive effects?
Well, I'm thinking of adverse effects really, I guess, more on water quality during
Yes,
either maintenance or...
that's right. And you know, I guess it's looking at it from both a duration perspective and also, you know, the small scale, physical scale that's been reduced. I mean, it's easy to poke a stick and say it's getting very dirty, but when we look at the optioneering that's been done, it's clear that the site of disturbance has been minimised as much as possible. Yes, and I think I've provided some comment about whether or not it's feasible to meet certain monitoring requirements and such like. And I guess I'd just like to colour that slightly with my experiences for, say, river dredging has been more in lowland rivers where there's a much finer particle size. So I have actually pulled back slightly on reflection and think that it's more likely that those monitoring conditions can be met. But regardless, as I said, it's a short duration, it's a localised extent, and that keeps the effects small.
I'm sorry to interrupt yours, but it's reminded me of a question that I should have asked Mr. Strong, so I'm just going to go back there before my brain's getting a bit full. Just in terms of getting back to that, the capacity of the channel and the flows coming faster, potentially with the new channel excavated, that if the alternative was to take the constraint or the hump out of the existing channel, would that be of a similar effect? I guess what I'm asking is the options, 6 options that have been assessed hydraulically, are they all, you know, sort of similar?
Yeah, more or less. I mean, and this is, you know, largely a kind of a function of hydraulic head. I think the option that they've chosen is by a fairly slim margin, probably the most hydraulically efficient option, but I don't think it's a lot in that really.
Thank you, that's helpful. I meant to ask you about the various options. That just shows you how my brain works. I'm all over the place, sorry. So back to you, Dr. Burrell. That was all I had for you, was regarding that other condition.
Yeah, I'm a wee bit interested in the timing of the breakout, whether you have any concerns about, as raised by some of the other submitters, about that happening at the proposed time.
No, I think it's always a compromise because there's always something going on in the calendar. But from a fish perspective, for example, I'm satisfied that the period that's most likely to occur in the breakthrough is going to minimise or avoid critical migratory periods and such like.
Anything particularly related to the whitebait that Mr. Wood has referred to this morning?
So I guess, you know, the whitebait migration is starting down by the coast, and it does take quite a while for them to get upstream. And so the key concern there would be about, you know, the extent to which turbidity or that far up the river is going to affect right down towards the mouth where people are whitebaiting. And I was, as Mr. Wood was talking, I was scrambling to see if I could find some evidence from the likes of Dr. Hoyle on that one. But my recollection is that, you know, obviously a lot of the coarser sediments are going to settle out quite quickly. And the finer sediments will take longer to settle out. I can't recall how far down that turbidity plume extends, so I can't answer that. The only thing I would say is that inanga, which are one of the main contributors to the whitebait catch, are actually relatively tolerant of sediment compared to some of the other whitebait species. So if you do have a dirty river is really difficult to fish, but it doesn't necessarily mean that there won't be fish in there, if that makes sense.
So you're not concerned about the timing of the breakout?
And you're in the conditions, but just in terms, I can't see a condition that actually, other than a sort of general one about the application, but I can't see one that actually limits the time of the construction from January to October. And then there was some talk about, from the Whale Working Party, limiting when the stage 3 breakout would occur in that period. Do you see, well, firstly, the need to have explicit conditions saying that it'll be done from January to October? Do you need for that?
I haven't actually looked at that particularly closely, but again, it's it is challenging. These construction projects it's easy to predict on paper and harder to predict in reality. This would be my comment. So there is a risk that if you schedule it for just a very narrow window, that that will be thwarted by nature in terms of floods and all the like. So I think having a broader window is more likely that you can get the conditions that are going to be amenable.
So what a broad window, isn't it? January through to October, that's 10 months. I mean, I guess I'm just really conscious on this side of the table, there seems to be a lot of mitigation provided by the timing of the works. In terms of avoiding effects on birds, as well as water quality and things, and it just seems to me there's nothing in the conditions at the moment that would prevent them from doing it outside of that January to October period, but I'll follow that up with Sullivan. From a water quality perspective, are you saying that you think that there's some other conditions there that address that?
Yes, I'm satisfied.
Yeah. And have you got anything in terms of, I know you've only just been given it now, I'm happy for you to actually come back in writing to us if you like about turbidity condition, maybe as a team, I guess, maybe Nicholas.
I have thought about it, and it really does come down to the risk and the likelihood that this is an issue. And I guess that depends on the level of certainty that the hydrologists and geomorphologists have, and it seems pretty certain that this is not a big issue. However, I do understand that this is a very sensitive environment, and so I can understand the concerns of others, and also if it's practical, relatively practical, and not unduly expensive to do, then I agree with Mrs. Strong that it could be a belt and braces approach.
And is that something that would need to go for the duration of the consent, or is it something that you would do for a 3 or 5 year period and then sort of show that it's not having an increased impact on TSS and then sort of drop it off?
Yes, well, I mean, to me, it does sound like a low risk, low probability situation. Whether it's 5 years or longer, it still remains a low risk, low probability, and I'm unsure about that. I mean, similarly, similar comments on the, I guess the phytoplankton monitoring and such like. So the ability of, I guess a 5-year period, it's a reasonable period of time to understand whether or not it's an issue, I would have thought. It's the sort of time period we have to be able to understand the results of other water quality monitoring. So I would have thought you would have a reasonable appreciation of the consequences of any sort of turbidity effect within that period.
So that would address the change in hydrology and potential impact.
Sure.
What about continuing that on then for maintenance activities? Because that's the only real check, isn't it, that that positive flow is being provided and is effective. So you're doing maintenance works, the TSS monitor's still there, that would be your check, wouldn't it, to confirm that there's positive flows, to make sure that there's no backflow into the lake.
The only difficulty there is if indeed you are only looking at maintenance once in 5 to 10 years and it's for a duration of, say, a week, that would seem to be quite an onerous monitoring for something that's really, really short duration, and it's not going to be much different from a flood coming down the river. So I don't see that would make sense to me.
So would it be better to have Meridian be able to show in a reporting sense to ES that during whatever period of maintenance, when they notified it, that they did provide those positive outflows? Because I'm just conscious that they can only provide what the lake allows them to provide at that time. So presumably, or there's not a condition saying that the maintenance works can only be undertaken when that can be provided, is there?
No, there's not at this stage, although Mr. Murray indicated before that he has drafted up a potential condition and discussed it with the team, with the Meridian team, that would require there to be a downstream flow when it's occurring. I haven't seen the wording, but that's something that we can discuss.
So if there was a condition like that, then that would give us that confidence, and then in your view it would come back to really the risk period, the construction period, and then for a period after, just to make sure that things are working as predicted.
Yes.
Thank you, Burrell. It's helpful.
I was anticipating a question on phytoplankton monitoring, so I just wondered if you wanted, or if we want to come back to that separate later in the conditions.
No, well, I'm interested to hear what you say before you get on to that. And actually, you've just reminded me of the one that I do have, which was that when I asked yesterday about the flushing flow after post-works, regardless of what, well, maybe not regardless, because maybe there's a lower threshold that you wouldn't need to do it. But if there has been an additive effect of the project, and I'm thinking of that DFS 20% change at the end of the project, I mean, that may be 19%, but it hasn't triggered. Is there any benefit in requiring a flushing flow at the end of the project so that you're kind of resetting the system from that point at the downstream DFS?
Well, I mean, ecologically, yes, there would be a benefit.
Yeah.
It's a regulated river, there will be.
Yeah.
It's just whether that's practical, and I think that's just going to be what it comes down to. When you sacrifice the ability to possibly subsequent flushing flows because of that, I'm not sure. So, yeah.
True, because then the timing might assist when you want. But presumably Meridian will be pretty keen to test their channel and see whether those flushing flows can be delivered better. But as I say, the benefit really is timing, isn't it?
Correct.
But I'm kind of more thinking about going forward in terms of that DFS. We've got the regional council's been doing that as a state of the, well, I don't know if it's the state of the environment as well as for compliance monitoring of the consents, but they're already doing that work, and then a project like this comes along, changes something, you see the blip, and then from that point, you sort of, I guess you can see it in the monitoring, but I'm sort of thinking about how you get back to kind of seeing what's happening in the background again, as opposed to the project.
Yes, it's the deposit of fine sediment monitoring is it's pretty, what's the word for it? It's very variable naturally, the deposit of fine sediment that you get as a result of the monitoring. And so as a consequence, when we look at as a monitoring as an outcome, for example, it's really difficult hanging your hat on monitoring it over a relatively short period of time. It's a long way of me saying I think it would be difficult to, in a relatively short period of time, go, we've got a 5% difference or a 10% or even a 20% difference in deposit of fine sediment and say it was definitely because of something that was going on, then therefore we definitely have to release all this water, and that would definitely be more beneficial than us releasing it later in, earlier in the calendar year the next year. So I'm pretty sceptical on the deposit of fine sediment, because when you look at the data, it is messy. And the relationship between turbidity and deposit of fine sediment is messy. There's definitely a relationship, but it's messy. And so it's a pretty big decision to tie a consent condition to the results of that. And as in a flushing flow requirement, in addition to the flushing flows that are already going to be required.
So I think, excuse me if I get the wrong doctor, Dr. Hoyle, I think, said that the correlation, squared, I think, for establishing that turbidity was pretty good. You're saying it's a bit more of a pickle.
I think the data is always pretty hairy. It's just the way it is. It's environmental data.
So strong correlation?
I haven't got it in front of me. I've seen so many graphs. I can't remember what it looks like. Yeah.
Well, obviously it's been enough for you to accept it as a reasonable measure of suspended sediment.
The relationship. Oh, so sorry. Are we talking about turbidity and suspended sediment or deposited fine sediment?
Yeah, I had moved on to the relationship that I talked about with Dr.
Oh, okay. No,
the
that's
turbidity one, because I thought you were talking about the correlation, but I see what you're saying. Now you're talking about the fine sediment.
There's definitely that's a fairly strong relationship between suspended solids, visual clarity, and turbidity. That's pretty well established. It's just when it starts depositing on the bed, it starts to get a bit messier, the relationship.
Okay, and then you were going to talk about periphyton.
It was the phytoplankton. It was really just, I guess, some of the discussions from submitted yesterday just got me thinking a little bit about, I guess, limits. And there was, in particular, it was whether there should be a 5 versus a 2 milligrams per cubic metre of chlorophyll A as a trigger. And it did make me go back and look at some of the data and check a couple of things. And I think we're just going to be, for a trigger to be effective, you have to make sure that it's not going to be naturally exceeded quite a bit. And the monitoring data does show that the 2 milligrams would be triggered a reasonable amount of the time over summer. That's my understanding of the data from the YR arm, in the order of about a third of the time. Now that makes it difficult to, I guess, point the finger at this particular activity, because if you're having to do flushing flows a third of the time or something like that, it's problematic. So that was the first thing. And the other thing is that the 5, I'm getting tied up in knots a little bit about the 5 versus 2 and it being eutrophic versus NPS FM level A and all this sort of stuff. And I guess I would just comment that it's all about statistics, unfortunately. And so, yes, there are levels, whether you're looking at the lake trophic level index, or whether you're looking at the NPSFM, some are related to medians and some are related to percentiles. So, and this is in the evidence of, who was it? I believe it was Christy Hogston. She has a table in Appendix A of her evidence which shows these different attributes. And yes, a median level of chlorophyll A at 5 would, 2 to 5 is mesotrophic, and 5 to 12 is eutrophic. And that sounds quite scary if you're using a trigger of 5, but remember that's medians taken over. It should really be taken over multiple years. If you look at the NPSFM attribute tables, yes, to be in band A, you're looking at an annual median of less than or equal to 2, but you're looking at an annual maximum of less than or equal to 10. Okay. What's been proposed is that there's some sort of reaction every time 5 gets hit, and if 5 gets hit twice, then there's a bigger reaction in terms of a response from the applicant. So I think that seems appropriate and manageable from an effects perspective, and taking into account the sensitivity of the environment. Does that make sense?
It does. Particularly interested in, because if you look at it over a year, it's only 2% of the time that it's over 5. But you're saying if you look harder at the data over the summer period when the actual risk is, that it's a third.
For the 2 milligrams, again, it's numbers and statistics, but there's an underlying report. There's a phytoplankton report that came out with the assessment of environmental effects. The author was Dr. Kathy Kilroy, and she did go into that sort of stuff in quite some detail.
It's that trigger is really just a flushing flow to protect what might come from that point. I guess what the applicant's team is saying that this won't change the risk. So if you weren't changing the risk, wouldn't you still be looking to a third of the time to be sort of similar to what's going on now and not?
That's right. I mean, if you go through the underlying report and go through the evidence, the overall risk is relatively the same as the assumption. And I guess they've put in some monitoring to, I guess, again, belts and braces to provide reassurance that assumption is correct and that there's always uncertainty about predictions. So yes, if you just excavated a channel and looked at the data, it can look a bit worrisome on its own. It looks, the predicted, if you just look at the risk table, it looks like there's going to be a much greater risk caused by excavating the channel, but actually, because there's going to be higher velocities enabled, there's going to be more flow passing down through it. My understanding is that this is actually, it's mitigated by the activity. So, that's where it lands. So I don't see at this stage a particularly high risk of the phytoplankton blooms, and I don't, in terms of because of the, if you like, self-mitigating circumstances of it. But I do agree with the appropriateness of monitoring.
And the 5 milligrams is a trigger.
That's correct.
Thanks for that. We would have circled back there as we went through the conditions, but no, that was a very important point from yesterday. Was there anything else on your list, Dr. Burrow?
No, that was it.
Okay. Mr. Thorson, Mr. your turn.
I thought it might be useful if I'm listening to the submitters, and there are a couple of matters raised by submitters, so if I spoke to those first and
That would be helpful.
then take questions after that.
Great.
So there were two matters raised by the Whale Habitat Enhancement Trust, one about the provision of additional habitat for birds, and the other was about the effects of the project on wetlands and wetland enhancement. I took the opportunity over the break to speak to Mr. Rodway about his concerns on these, and to make sure that I was understanding his position and his group's position. Put words into his mouth, so if I get it wrong, there's just my impression of what's been said in this meeting. So, in relation to the bird habitat matter, my view is that there is no effect of any note of the project on black-billed gulls or other, black-throated terns or any other, sort of species of special concern. But I do note, and that is quite correct, this is an important area for a number of very high importance river birds. So we do have to bear that in mind and make sure that we are responding appropriately, and that was part of the reasons why I requested additional information from Meridian on a couple of occasions to make sure that we had the information we needed to make an informed decision. So my view is that there is no impact of the project on those types of biodiversity, and therefore mitigation is not required to manage effects. And so creation of a bird island or bird habitat is not required under effects management or via consents. But I would support the idea of discussions with Meridian is that there has been considerable loss of nesting habitat and braided river habitat throughout Southland, and including in the Lower Whale, and any measures put in place to sort of support that are biologically laudable from a conservation viewpoint. But to reiterate, I don't think it's necessary to manage the effects of this particular project. Part of the discussion probably is about the form of it, and I think the proposed form that is going to be left out does provide habitat for a range of different bird species that will use it for, particularly for feeding and roosting, and some of them may nest on it. But some of the discussion will need to be about, what are the expectations on ongoing management in relation to keeping it bare gravels rather than vegetated, or would there be bird control required, both of which would enhance the value of both. I guess you'd call it, a burden on the operational activities of the companies that is definitely operational. I do stand by the statement that, that they can be tricky sort of things. So if it starts getting into more of a consent requirement, being able to design bird habitat islands in an active river environment is a very complicated and involved process. I don't think we're needing to go there from here on seeing things. So that's my view on that particular issue. Councillor Robert.
Yeah, so not required, but may provide some anyway without doing those extra things.
I would say it will. How long that will last, I don't know, but mainly that the retained funds will be of a higher elevation above the general riverbed. So as river levels rise, they'll be the last things to go under. So they provide roosting habitat in particular during sort of more flood events, and so that gets quite important because a lot of these birds like roosting well away from the riverbanks and all the disturbances that occur there. So, but that's not the purpose of the construction of the funds or the site. But it is a ancillary benefit. The other matter was about the effects of the project on wetlands, and sort of being clear, we're using wetlands in a quite broad term here. And as Dr. Huson pointed out, there's two sort of areas that broadly can be termed wetlands. There's the palustrine wetlands, which are primarily rainfall fed, and I asked for additional information from Dr. Huson in relation to where was the water coming from for these wetlands, both on the lacustrine and palustrine wetlands, and his responses in the evidence. And there is one wetland directly affected by the project, and that's subject to consent conditions. I consider that appropriate for that. The effect on the lacustrine, the channel sort of wetlands, it's a very disturbed environment, sort of orphaned channels from the Mararoa. The vegetation that occurs on them now is not what would be typical of that sort of channel, apart from sort of some of the side channels of braided rivers may develop that sort of channel, but it's also a typical vegetation type that you get on the margins of lakes and water bodies. So it's probably, in my view, I think Dr. Huson was of the same view, that it's just a recently developed type vegetation community resulting from construction of the control structure. The effects are very low. The main one of any particular note is around that culvert or whatever to maintain water flow. There's the fish passage, which I don't think has been raised as any particular issue, but the proposal includes it as that's the standard it will be constructed to, so it addresses that. It's also been discussed whether the culvert or a forward type arrangement would be better from a maintaining wetland integrity or persistence or something. My view on that is that I'm really reluctant to change hydrology of wetlands, and at best I will see that having a culvert or a dip in the road, it would have a very local effect, just immediately upstream of it. So I don't see that being required or actually being effective. So support that the design using fish passage standards,
using the best practice guidelines.
And don't see any need for additional works or consent conditions.
Okay.
That's all that I had on matters raised by some of us. So I happy to take any questions.
Right. That's awesome. Just in terms of those wetlands and what would happen without this project going ahead, and I'm thinking about the trees planted on site and obviously the smaller wetlands and then the channels themselves with the crack willows, if they're not controlled, and so if nothing happens out of this consent, those wetlands will be lost over time.
The palustrine wetlands will be lost pretty quickly. But noting, as it says in the AE, they are sort of recently developed ones that have occurred on sort of extensively worked surfaces. How fast they'll be lost does depend. As Dr. Bennett pointed out, the tree growth there is notable for a variance in relation probably to wet feed of the trees being planted there.
Yeah.
Yes, over time I'd expect those to be lost. The lacustrine ones would probably also be lost, mainly through crack willow infestation along the margins. There'll be remnants of it scattered in amongst and underneath the crack willows, but dramatically changed in character from what it currently is.
So the removal of quite a lot of those trees and the removal of the crack willow will be a positive effect in your view on the wetlands that are there.
In that location around the liquor stream areas, the channels, yes, but noting that also willows are used by birds for roosting, particularly the shags and things like that. So if there's willow control along the main channel, that is something that does need to be considered, but that's not part of the proposal as I understand it.
Okay, that's helpful. I only had one, and it was the same one that I had. Mr. Strong, was really just after getting to your summary, I wanted some RMA words that you accept that the overall the adverse effects are less than minor.
Yes, if consent conditions are applied, I would consider that the overall effect would be less than one.
I've got nothing.
Thank you. Oh, thanks, Dr. Forsyth. Thanks for picking up those and just speaking to the issues. It's helpful. Okay, I have nothing further for you either. So, Ms. Sullivan, over to you. You're in a position, or would you rather, because we could take a break for lunch if you wanted to and come back and do a bit of a
I mean, I suppose I've already
You
prepared
there?
something to some extent. I mean, is it worth me just going through the point where I talked about, make a few notes on consent conditions?
Okay, well, let's do that.
Would
Yep.
that work, given you had indicated that if there is a discussion around that?
Yep, that sounds good.
Okay. So I'll just start at paragraph 2 there. I assume no one's had a chance to read this. And this was just me, I suppose, trying to organise some of the issues that arose yesterday in my head and to put it down on paper. So for paragraph 2, so this is around Rule 5 or Rule 6 of the proposed Southland Water and Land Plan, and which one applies here. So the discharge of sediment has been assessed as not meeting the water quality standards in Appendix E plan. There's been discussion as to whether the exception in the preamble to the Appendix E water quality standards applies to the proposed discharge. This is important because if it does, the discharge is a discretionary activity under Rule 5, and if not, it becomes non-compliant under Rule 6. Now, the exception applies where an ancillary activity associated with the maintenance of the Manapori hydroelectric generation scheme is proposed. This exception only applies where the activity requires a resource consent pursuant to a rule in this plan and will only result in a temporary change in the state of the water. Now that second part, a resource consent is applied, and I think it's probably not questioned that this will only result in a temporary change to the state of the water. I think it ticks that off. The question to my mind is whether the activity is associated with maintenance. So I put a dictionary definition there of maintenance as the process of keeping or continuing something. And I mean, noting what Mr. Faraband has commented on about discussions in the Environment Court, I think it was around in relation to that to the plan, but I suppose I still struggle to see how a permanent change to the alignment of the YRM could be considered as maintenance. And that's the position that I got to in my 42A report. I can see Meridian's view that the construction of the parallel channel is more of a sort of higher level maintenance for the Manapori power scheme. But this is resulting in a permanent change, which I struggle to see as maintenance, I suppose. I suppose it depends what level you're looking at it from.
Mm. And I guess you could argue, or no, let me just ask you the question. If they had come for a consent to remove the construction from the existing channel and achieve the same outcome of doing in-stream works, I assume you would call that maintenance.
You would call that maintenance.
Yeah.
And this is having the same effect. So it's,
well, less,
potentially less effect. I know, less effect. Which doesn't necessarily make sense. I suppose where I get to with this is that it isn't really material to what we're considering anyway.
So you're going to bundle it all.
Because it makes sense to bundle them. They're considered non-complying. And that's where it lands, I suppose.
But you're being helpful because we're going to have to put a paragraph in the decision about it, regardless of bundling, don't we? We still need to make a
Yeah.
call, and I'm sure Meridian are going to be interested in this call.
Well, you can, I'm sorry, you can dodge it.
I
You
seriously
keep giving me
considered
lawyer
dodging
answers. Sorry.
Well, you know the rule, you don't decide something if you don't have to. So you might decide you don't have to decide this because it's bundled anyway.
Yeah.
Good thinking.
So
Leave that one to you two.
Yeah. So on the face of it, just because it's a new permanent activity, then that's really the sticky point for you in terms of maintenance, isn't it?
It is really. It's more that it's capital works rather than maintenance works. But yeah, and particularly, certainly take your point. If it was getting rid of the sediment in the main channel, that would certainly be maintenance. And Meridian's assessment alternatives have shown that this is the better option. So.
What was missing from that assessment of alternatives, and it's not a matter for us, it's a matter for you, is the cost associated. And I'm not looking for some numbers on this, but Mr. Christensen, it might be helpful you write a reply just to give us an idea as to whether this is the cheapest option versus, the in-stream work option. And like I say, I'm not looking for someone to go away and do a great exercise on this, but it would be helpful just to us.
Like a high level comment.
Yeah, that's right. Because I assume it's probably not the best financial option, but perhaps the best environmental option. Okay, well, I don't think I've got any further questions on that. I think we'll just leave that one.
I've got the hand over my mouth, I'm just.
And we'll wish you luck. Moving on to the other maintenance consent application that's in process at the moment. I have reviewed the application details and the draft proposed conditions for that application, which seeks to replace Meridian's existing maintenance consent. So both the application and process and the existing consent are broader than the maintenance activities proposed here. So they include works in the Waiau arm of Lake Manapori, in the Waiau River, and the Mararoa River, as well as maintenance works on the lake control structure itself. So it is quite a lot broader. In my view, the replacement application couldn't be amended to incorporate the maintenance measures being considered here, as that would likely compromise the Section 124 status of the expired consent, and that consent did expire in 2021. So I think that's quite an important consideration. So I think it's appropriate they continue along their separate processes, albeit with a view to ensuring that the conditions are consistent. And I've noted there that this does not preclude the maintenance activities under each consent being managed through one resource consent in the future. And that would certainly be open to Meridian once, the construction part of this consent has been completed. They may decide that they want to roll them together, and maybe that would make sense. But that's more a sort of administrative compliance sort of call I would see from Meridian. I've reviewed the draft conditions that have been prepared for that other maintenance application. Aside from the proposed conditions that deal with urgent works, and some of that in there is there are several conditions that are proposed in there that do deal with urgent works. So, works that may from sort of scour or urgent works that need to be done to the lake control structure or something along those lines. I consider that the proposed conditions are consistent with those proposed here. There's measures to manage the impacts of works in or near waterways, recording and reporting requirements, accidental discharge response requirements, and there's an accidental discovery protocol condition, which I'm assuming is something that's been discussed with Tammy here. It's not something that's landed, I'm assuming, because it's such a modified environment anyway. One of the things, I'm not sure if I added that down below in relation to conditions, but one of the things that I did pick up is that the review condition timing is out between those two consents, and I think it would make sense bringing those together. I know there's every 5 years in the consent that's before you in those conditions, but but it's annual with a specified time, I think, and the other consent, I'd have to go back and double check that. But there's inconsistency there, and I think it would make sense if the review conditions were consistent. But that's something, if you do direct us to go away and do some more work on the conditions, we can bring that together. Turning to duration, and this is, I suppose this is something where I am, to be honest, sitting on the fence a little bit. I can see arguments both ways around this. So I did discuss this in paragraph 4.2.2 of my section 42A report, where I referred to policy 40 of the Southland Water and Land Plan. And that paragraph considered the matters to be considered when determining consent duration. So the parallel channel is intended as a permanent alignment that will enable better delivery of the required flow regime. And while the experts are largely in agreement as to the effects of the parallel channel, there's some uncertainty around its effectiveness and effects. I put in that next paragraph that I'm maintaining my recommendation that consent should be granted for 25 years. And when I question myself as to why that is, because when you look at policy 40 in the plan, I think this proposal does tick the boxes there in terms of a long duration consent. There's nothing really in this proposal that does suggest that the duration should be reduced here. I think for me, to some extent, it's more I have a discomfort in recommending 35-year consent durations, just because it is a long time, and possibly it comes down to the submissions we heard this morning from Ms. Blair around, it is getting longer than a duration, and it's quite a long period of time. I suppose what I'm trying to say, I'm maintaining my recommendation that consent should be granted for 25 years, but I wouldn't lose any sleep if it was granted for 35.
Just you're not going to recommend it. Yep.
Yeah, if that makes sense. Do you want me to cover those points on conditions now, or do you want to wait?
Let's go through your points.
Okay.
And then we might, I might even break then, and then we can probably think about the conditions a bit more.
Okay. So paragraph 11 there's been discussion that construction is the short-term component of the consent and maintenance is the longer-term component. The consent authorises the diversion of water into the parallel channel for the duration of consent, and any effects with this also need to be considered for the longer-term duration. And Dr. Burrells discussed this in relation to potential effects on phytoplankton blooms and chlorophyll monitoring conditions. And I'm just, I suppose, noting that I don't think it's necessarily material, because I think the general agreement around the experts is that the effects are pretty low. I've discussed with Dr. Thorson some potential amendments to the Buchanan sedge condition, which is condition 6 of the general conditions. And these amendments include clarifying that the objective of the condition should be to achieve no net loss of the number of Buchanan sedge plants, and also putting a time period on the achievement of that. And this is similar to the next paragraph as well for the wetland remediation condition, which is general condition 14. And this is just clarifying what no net loss is about. And in that instance, Dr. Thorson was suggesting that it's no net loss and extent of Indigenous Juncus Rushland Marsh. And I think, they're sort of minor, but probably reasonably important points if it comes back to any sort of discussion of no net loss and what needs to be clarified. I've looked at the amendments suggested by Ms. Blair. I think they make a lot of sense. It's been suggested that the review condition be amended to provide for review if or when replacement consents are granted for the mandatory power scheme. And I can see the rationale for this. However, I'm unsure what such a review could achieve. If granted, the conditions for the current application should address the effects. And I suppose I consider it more likely that Meridian would apply to change conditions to align any monitoring or reporting requirements than for there to be a need for a consent review. It's something that I sort of try to think of how that could arise, and I struggle to see how it could arise at all. Also, knowing that there needs to be, well, for the council, there would likely have to be pretty strong grounds for a review to be initiated in a situation like that, and something would have had to go quite seriously wrong with really how the parallel channel is working for there to be a need for that. I would anticipate if something like that was happening, then that would be something that Meridian would need to be addressing through the replacement consents, because it would probably be suggesting that their flushing flows that they can't deliver on flushing flows, or there'd be other wider issues going on. So I can't really see any benefit in that. But then if it was there, what's to be lost, I suppose? If it's there or not there, it's probably not probably not going to end up being used in the future anyway. Final note there was, I've already covered that around the review condition being inconsistent with the review condition for the other maintenance consent application, and that they should be aligned.
Just thinking about what you were just saying there about the effects of the channel and Meridian's response, which kind of cuts to the heart of that additional condition of whether or not it's achieving what it's meant to achieve. It's not a matter of compliance, but it's really a matter of seeing that the goal has been achieved, and so that it's really going through the data, isn't it, and seeing that there's been a change and reporting that back to the council in terms of not what's required under the other consent, but proving that this has been effective.
It has been effective, and I think that comes back to what Dr. Burrell's recommending around don't go digging and creating more effects in terms of maintenance if it's not actually working in the first place. I mean, all the evidence and reviews that we've undertaken are suggesting that it will work. But I suppose there's always uncertainty with these things.
Okay, so you'll be able to work with Dr. Burrow on what their condition might look like.
Sure.
Yep. Well, yeah, maybe people across the table. I'll leave that to you though.
Yeah.
Okay. It's tempting just to adjourn. We're sort of getting to the end, but I think what we will do is just take the time to take a lunch break, and I'm going to have another quick look over the conditions to see if I can expedite that discussion. And we might just have a little bit more of a free flowing. I don't want to talk into it open for everybody, but just in terms of being able to respond maybe to our questions, because I didn't really go through that with Mr. Murray. So I'm happy for us to just work our way through those. Hopefully it won't take too long, and I've just got a couple of comments on a couple of them. So we will break now. So we'll come back. Is an hour too long? Because I'm just thinking we could just shorten it slightly, maybe, and about 1:15, which gives us.
Yeah, it should be right. I mean, the only constraint is actually being able to get some food.
Get some food. How did you go yesterday?
Pretty good.
It'll just be a race out the door.
Yeah.
We beat them yesterday.
My advice is we all
we got
choose from
lunch.
the cabinet rather than having the
On your
cook
marks.
something for you.
Okay, that sounds good. Well, it's just on 25 past now, so let's come back at 1:15. Okay.
Let's go.
Okay, well, for everybody, Sullivan, I just had a quick look through your section 42A report and most of those questions are well past and gone. Did you have anything else from the section 42A? Okay, so the green changes are your changes with Mr. Murray. So maybe if you just take us through, well, I could get Mr. Murray to do that. Let's get Mr. Murray to do that, shall we? Just take us through the conditions.
Do we work specifically through the recent changes or just go through them one by one?
Yeah, let's just go through them. And the other thing that might be helpful is I haven't had time to digest where Tammy had a comment, so I don't know if you've got Tammy's one there. Yeah, so maybe if we did that, just stepped our way through them. I'm not expecting you to read out the conditions, but just maybe speak to them if you've got anything. And we'll just jump in if there's anything on each one.
Right. So let's start with the water. Well, let's talk about the structure first of all. You know, there's a water permit and a discharge permit, each with its own set of conditions, and those conditions have been tailored specifically to those consents. Then there is a set of general conditions under Schedule 1 which applies to both consents, and that traverses in quite a lot of instances aspects which are subject to MTATA, so they deal with more the land use side of things, but as we've talked about previously, quite a lot of crossover into Section 14 and Section 50 matters, so they're either there on a precautionary basis or to indeed deal with those matters that do relate to Section 14 and 15. That's how these have been structured. The water permit, because this is in terms of the what its scope, it's covering the diversion, temporary dewatering and taking during works, to support construction works, and then really in the long term it is simply to support the permanent diversion through the channel. So it's got quite a limited set of conditions. Changes we've talked through most recently. Originally we had a condition 1 which was really your sort of classic in general in accordance with the information supply condition. We've agreed to be more specific around the authorised activities, which has involved deleting condition 1 in entirety. Condition 2 has then subsequently been updated to be a lot clearer around the nature of the works authorised in the consent and split into construction works and operational maintenance activities to make that clear. So that's simply that change there. And then there's only 2 other conditions on the consent which are administrative, refer to the general conditions, and that it should be exercised in conjunction with the water permit.
In terms of the culverts, do you think they are covered under condition 2? I'm just thinking of the discussion yesterday that the land use side of that establishing that was covered, but that the ongoing discharge and diversion from those, the ones that are staying.
Yeah, it's a fair point. Arguably, my intention was to capture that under the clause D, but it doesn't specifically refer to lake water drainage and stormwater associated with permanent structures. So potentially that wording could just be tidied up a little bit to make sure that's covered. Any further questions on the water permit?
No, I think that's that.
Similarly, with the discharge permit, deleted condition 1, which was in general in accordance with condition, and replaced or at least amended condition 2 to be more clearer around the activities authorised in the construction phase and in the operations and maintenance phase.
Then the comment there would be, do you think the dewatering discharge is covered by 2?
It's certainly not called out specifically. I would suggest it probably is covered under A and or B, but again, for clarity, we could dewatering is mentioned. Oh yes, it is too.
Is it? B, is it?
But it doesn't. I guess it doesn't specifically refer to the parallel channel within clause B, which is where the dewatering is taken from. But Yeah, we could tidy that up. It's easy.
Yeah. It would be quite good to have an explicit reference there to the ponds that, not fixing the location of the ponds, but the dewatering, that's authorising the dewatering discharge to those ponds, because that could be a direct to water and those ponds, wouldn't it? And just an overall one, in terms of the questions around, there seems to be most of the experts have put quite a bit of emphasis on the limiting the construction to the January-October period to avoid effects on various ecological values. Do you think a condition explicitly stating that?
I have no conceptual problem with that. That is certainly the intention of the project to do that. So yeah, I'd only have a concern if it was starting to tighten up more significantly beyond that time band.
And what about a subset of that in terms of the timing of stage 3? And I'm thinking about the Waikiwi working parties units yesterday. I think they had a period there that they would like that it wouldn't occur. I'll just go back to the evidence now, but I might just get you to have another think about that. I can't remember what that period was now, Mr. Rodway.
Well, this is for maintenance in the future, maintenance of the channel in the future.
I was thinking about the construction when I asked the first question, but I guess that's 2 matters for the applicant to consider. So whether or not stage 3 release, I thought there was something in one of your evidence about wanting only the stage 3, the breakout stage, to be undertaken. I thought it was in the winter months.
No, I don't think that's right. I think the only winter month construction was for maintenance in the future.
Right.
So that was done in the winter months rather than in the summer when people would be expected. I think when the main activities are going on, getting it done as quickly as possible is the best thing to do.
So if you could maybe just think about the timing of the maintenance work, whether that's necessary or not, and not put you on the spot now, but maybe look at one, and also Nicole, whether she thinks that is warranted.
Yeah, I suppose that's something we can put some more consideration into. Yeah.
Okay, moving through.
Conditions 3 and 4, no changes there. Changes to condition 5 were simply to make some updates to be more specific about the locations of the upstream monitoring station and the downstream monitoring site. So they are now documents and referred to the map that will be appended to the consent.
Okay.
Moving into the turbidity thresholds for the lower wire. The main change here is in condition 7, relating to the thresholds dealing with maximum consecutive hours you can spend in each threshold. As a result of conversations with Ms. Sullivan, we've just tightened up the wording in there, and just making it clearer what the limits are. So we've taken out the words "to the extent reasonably practicable," and then we have made it clearer what actions kick in when, in respect of those hours are approached. And those 2 actions are, to discuss in other evidence, is either suspending work on the channel until such time that the thresholds drop, or releasing a flushing flow down the river.
Those numbers in 6 and 7, just checking they're all consistent with table 1 here of Dr. Hoyle. As we lifted those numbers.
Yes, they should very much so be.
Just sorry, I've jumped to 7. Measures which are reasonably practicable. Those words just give me the heebie-jeebies. It's kind of a bit meaningless, isn't it? That reasonably practicable. Wouldn't it just be measures to prevent the limits being reached, which may include but are not limited to? Just remove those. Not sure they add anything.
Yeah, I probably tend to agree that this, the way this conditions worded, the include but not limited to, does have that possibility. Yeah, unnecessary.
Then they temporarily suspending the work in the parallel channel clause B1. I guess when I read that, my question is for how long? Because you could temporarily suspend work for a couple of hours and then carry on. I don't know if that would be ecologically meaningful in terms of providing any kind of respite for the downstream environment. So I just wonder, from an ecological perspective or a water quality perspective on those durations, whether then there needs to be a temporary suspending work for, a minimum period. I don't know what that is, but you've got plenty of experts to call on. I just don't know why you would temporarily stop unless it was going to provide something.
I guess, well, the intent of the condition is that, so once you've reached, say you're in the, you're getting close to your 32 hours in the 160 to 330 bracket, you would then suspend the work to such time that it drops down to the lower threshold, and then you can then use the hours in the bracket below. That makes sense.
Right.
And then if you then approach 95% of those hours, then you'd also have to then stop again work until you can use hours in the next bracket.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Okay. So I guess your argument would be it's addressed by the consecutive hours. And then the bullet point should be 2, should it? Yeah, it should
Yes.
be 2. Releasing a flushing flow down the lower wire. I guess when you talk about flushing flows elsewhere in the conditions, it says a volume and a duration, whereas this sort of just says releasing a flushing flow. I'm just not sure what that would be,
I guess yeah. Again, the intent would be that would have to be sufficient enough to then drop you into another bracket where those hours become available that you can use.
Just to add to that, you might remember in Dr. Jo Hoyle's evidence, she talked about a piece of work that had been done in terms of working out efficacy and efficiency of flushing flows and reducing suspended sediments.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's kind of, I guess, as part of the decision making around if this project was consented and we're in the operation getting close to those thresholds, we've got 2 levers to pull: temporarily defer, delay work, or putting flushing flow down that will create the relevant amount of dilution to get you to the point where you need to be. So I think it's a...
Yeah, and I guess that's going to depend on a lot of factors, isn't it?
Correct.
Dilution, yeah.
Correct.
So you're really suggesting it's just that feedback loop, yeah. Okay. Condition 8. Condition 9, is the wording of that one: in the event that the total turbidity does not exceed 160 FMU for a period of at least, should that be no more than 180?
No, I think it's right.
Is that right?
Because if you get 180 consecutive days where you haven't had that turbid water, if you like, it resets the thresholds. So you go back to the start.
Right. Okay.
This condition was to address the circumstance we discussed yesterday, where if for in the unlikely event it expanded over 2 construction seasons, that
Yep.
you could
It's
then
the
have
reset.
the hours.
So there's at least, yeah. Okay. Pick up at 10.
So no recent changes proposed through 10 and 11. Just a very minor formatting update in 12 to use the we've used elsewhere. There's no change 13 either.
Again at 12A, just the context again, just do we know what a sufficient flow is to mobilise the VFS downstream?
It's the same principle. I think it's a case of the circumstances at the time, and Meridian will use its we need to make a call around what that actually is to address that issue at the time.
It one's not a matter of dilution, is it? It's more a matter of getting up to those velocities to resuspend the sediment. Do we not know what that is?
I don't, but I'm sure Dr. Hoyle does. So you can look into that.
Yeah, well, it's just a bit more on, and if it doesn't move, then some comment from both of you would be good.
Excuse me, may I ask, are we allowed to participate in this? We're not sure.
If you wanted changes, I would have thought you would have told me by now what changes you wanted.
No, it's actually something that doesn't even relate to our submission, but it's something I just picked up in relation to these flushing flows that you were looking at, clause 7. Earlier when you were just talking about the timing of the maintenance, so I have to flip back. Clause 2, specifying the time of the construction and carried out. I just wrote in the margin, was there a suggestion, and I can't remember who from, it wasn't our submission, that certain lake levels would be important to have the lake sufficiently high to release these flushing flows. So I just wondered if back in consent condition 2 would be the place to perhaps specify those lake levels if he decided that was a good idea, that would then allow these flushing flows that we're talking about now under condition 7 and 3.
Yeah, no, thanks for reminding me of that. I think I brought that up, that perhaps consideration could go into whether or not the breakout phase, stage 3, should commence only if there's sufficient water in the lake to provide some flushing flows over that. It was really a discussion around adaptive management is only as good as having water available.
I think from a company perspective, we wouldn't want to be starting to stipulate lake levels. I mean, the reality is when the company comes to operationalise a consent and thinking about the thresholds, it will need to make sure, kind of facts and circumstances situation, it'll need to make sure that sufficient water is available. And that may mean thinking about sacrificing generation to build a lake level 2, whatever's required to deal with what the anticipated issue might be at that time. But by that time, we're well into the construction phase. We will know and understand the threshold of suspended and deposited sediment that are in play. And so we're going to have to factor that into our planning as part of the construction.
Okay.
I think it would be difficult to tie that down into some kind of condition in terms of stipulating lake levels, because lake levels will be a function of whatever the hydrology is at the time. And so what I wouldn't like to see is a lake level nominated and then find out that effectively that lake level wasn't achievable under those circumstances.
Yeah. Thanks for clarifying that, but I think you could add it to your list to have further discussion about. I think it's an important background. I'm just really conscious, and I take what you're saying, that in some ways the risk is with company who chose to undertake stage 3 breakout when lake levels were quite low and dropping. maybe a risk there that you wouldn't have a lever to pull.
The only lever in that circumstance would be defer works. If we're close to the threshold, right? We'd have to say no water available. We can't sacrifice generation for whatever reason, and therefore it would just have to be a suspension of works until you're in a position to do that. Hopefully that doesn't transpire.
Yeah. Okay. Where are we? 12. 12. Let's see if we've got any more changes. 14. Aimed at the maintenance activities, not more than 12 consecutive hours. You must not exceed, and if not, then suspend works. What's the action?
I mean, that's the natural consequence of
Stop
providing the
works.
centre have to stop. Yep.
Yeah. Or at least you could dilute the flow. Presumably.
Yep.
Yeah.
So same. Yeah, it's the same levers as previous.
Yeah, what's the first one? So just okay, just gonna go to the general conditions.
Okay, condition 2 is a general condition which points to the 2 management plans elsewhere in the document, and the original condition simply requires that a copy of that plan be provided to a range of parties, including the consent authority and to Tummy. We've added a clause here, even though I suspect this is quite unlikely, but in the event that the management plans are materially updated or amended during or following construction works, and that would include maintenance activities, that any updates are provided to the parties as well. I note in Tummy's submission that they would like to provide feedback on these draft plans. We've set these up as a for information, and the reasons for that are so we're talking about the freshwater fauna management plan and the erosion and sediment control plan. In my view, they are quite, in this instance, quite targeted to some very specific matters to deal with the procedures, the effects of the relocation program for freshwater fauna and for soil and erosion management are very well understood. So it is just a case of procedures. The plan is to be prepared by suitably qualified persons. They are to be independently reviewed by suitably qualified persons. So I guess my view is that I don't think, in terms of mandating in a condition, that Te Aromanama would need to have input to that. Conceptually, I don't have a problem with Runaka being involved in these sorts of processes. I just think in terms of mandating in a condition for these particular specific set of circumstances, it doesn't need to go there.
Your view on that, Ms. Sullivan? Happy if you want to have a think about it. I mean, I'm just looking for indications from you. But
Yeah, I mean, I take Mr. Murray's points on that it is, that they are prepared and reviewed by independent experts. I also note that if there are any sensitivities for iwi, that it might be appropriate that they get to raise those. If there's no timing issues, I probably would support a step in there where they can provide some comment. But I suppose the comment would be, I suppose I'm wondering what the what the purpose of those comments would be, where they're provided to in terms of them being provided to Environment Southland. Would Meridian get to say, okay, we've seen those comments, we're not going to take them on board, or if there's anything of value they would incorporate it? I'm sort of wondering how the comments would actually feed into the plans.
There's no certification process
There's
there.
no certification
that's
process there, so where do they go?
I mean, maybe I can help. We have, Meridian has worked closely with Tammy with respect to the cultural impact statement report, and we have undertaken to engage with them on the development of these management plans, and the intention of that process would be to take into account and accommodate where possible any issues arising from a cultural perspective. So whether it forms part of the formal condition or not, what I can say is the company will be doing that as a good faith action in relation to the communication we've had with Tammy and Te Rauanaka Aruna to date. So we wouldn't be adverse to something being put in there. Although what we wouldn't want to see is a situation where the opportunity for feedback, some kind of time bound sense, rather than a thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just to give confidence that you prepare a plan, you provide it for feedback, and then there's the expectation that feedback has to be delivered within a specified time.
I suppose it's how to make it meaningful rather than just a tick box.
Yes, and we're certainly looking at it from a meaningful perspective, from a company and a relationship point of view.
Okay, well, you can put that on your list for your discussion.
I've got just a suggestion for you to think about. If in 2B, which starts the management plan shall be independently reviewed, if it was added in, the management plans shall be developed in consultation with Tammy, independently reviewed, etc. So then you've got it's sort of like an upfront. So by the time the plan is independently reviewed for being complete, there's already been an opportunity to provided to Tammy to have some input into it.
That would be good. That sounds sensible.
Okay. Condition 5.
Condition 5, so this is the protection of avifauna. We simply just added a extra clause to that requiring that the results from the survey undertaken before construction works commence are provided to the consent authority. Just to give them, I think as Ms. Solomon described to me the other day, was just to give their compliance team a heads up that if they need to get involved more or not, depending on the results of the survey. Yeah, it's helpful to them. There's in this set, no changes to condition 6, but seen in Ms. Sullivan's reply, Dr. Coulson's comments on just tidying up the no net loss aspects of this condition. No problem with that conceptually. Probably want to spend just a little bit of time making sure the wording of that is right. So when we're talking about adding no net loss of the number of sedge plants, we just need to be careful about what number we're talking about, because we're only talking about the plants that have been translocated, not the total number of plants on the site. There's a net loss because we really aren't responsible for the other, I think it's 85%.
To be clear, I think the intention was the no net loss relates to the number of plants that are scheduled to be lost. There's one balance that we're replacing those.
Which was like 49 plants or something like that.
So yeah, we just need to be careful the wording does actually say that. Also, conception, no problem with the 3 years. I discussed this with Dr. Hewson before. very good confidence levels that it could actually be achieved within 1 year. However, I guess the note of caution is if in the unlikely event there was a failure at 1 year that needed to be remedied, remedying it within the next 2 years could be quite tight, because then you need to grow the plants, plant them again. That might take 12 to 18 months, and we're running pretty close against that 3 years. So I'll need to go away and think about with Dr. Hudson, but we might be looking for a little bit more time than 3 years.
I have been actually considering that myself as well, and I've been thinking that 5 years is probably more appropriate for similar reasons. So I think you'd agree.
So their overall statement of compliance would come in at 5 years, yeah. And just, is it the intention, I'm just looking at C when I asked this, planted into suitable habitats within the project site, and that's the 100 raised one. Is it the intention to put the 100 in the same place as the translocated one? Is that the best thing to do from a ecological perspective, try and translocate somewhere where you've then got enough room for the other 100 to come and join them, or potentially it doesn't matter if we end up with 2?
I think the answer to that is it doesn't matter whether they're planted together or in different locations, as long as they're planted in suitable locations within the project site.
I agree with that.
So no greater level of survival in numbers? Doesn't matter. There's no greater survival in numbers? It's not going to give
In
them...
terms of planting them together or separately?
Yeah.
No, not at all.
No, not at all. Thank you. Okay, so we'll see a bit more work on 6. I was pretty happy here. I just wondered, Ms. Sullivan or Mr. Murray, if you could just clean up, taking out where it says 3 and then in brackets the number 3. Just find it a little confusing with the condition. I like the condition 9 being in brackets. We'll just remove all those additional numbers after the words. If you've got the words, I don't see why we need to. Kind of just takes your eye to thinking it's conditions. You just tidy that up when you go through.
Sorry, what specific example are you referring to?
So like in condition 7, it says a maximum of 3 and then it puts it in brackets 3, and that's sort of what you use for the conditions. So just, you know, condition 9 in brackets is good. I just don't think we need the addition, and that there's a few conditions that just stuck in. Okay, I'm pretty clear on the fish foreman. Okay, we'll just skip through to 14. Oh, Tammy, yep, they're on 14.
So the changes in the green text were, in this instance, simply to update and or provide clarity on the location of the wetlands in question. So there's a plan supposed to be attached to the consent, which is referred to in those conditions. As to Timmy liking to see the report, I have zero problem with that. If it's on for their information purposes, I can certainly look to add a clause along those lines.
Just in, sorry, just in terms of condition 11, is there a Tammy element in there? Needs to be brought through part of the discussion we had this morning.
Yes, well, I guess that's dealt with in terms of the management plan itself. That's covered by our earlier discussion. I guess I'm not clear from that statement whether are they wanting to participate in the actual salvage and relocation program component.
I think it's separate. So as long as we've got as long as that previous condition. That's in relation to all management plans, wasn't it?
Yeah, but that comment is on.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of issues that don't relate to the management.
Correct. Apologise.
Yeah.
There was a comment from Tammy on condition 13 as well. It's relation to 13A where it says generally consistent with the principles of the good fish passage design. Passage. That's a good one.
Terrible.
Yeah, they would like generally removed, which I think is
The use of generally there was entirely intentional. Dr. Hickford commented yesterday that this is quite an unusual situation in terms of the culverts going into the bed of a lake. The fish passage guidelines have not particularly been written with this circumstance in mind. Certainly, the intent is to deliver on the outcomes sought by the fish passage guidelines, but when it comes to the matter of detail of how the culverts are constructed, they will be generally consistent with, but it's difficult to say they will be 100% consistent with them.
In terms of fish passage or in terms of the whole design?
It's more so the fish, again, in terms of the outcomes of the fish passage guidelines, fish passage will 100%. That can be done. It's just down to the detail of how big and wide and buried the structure is and things like that. So it's again, guidelines are based around a flowing watercourse, not a lake bed with a little change in its day-to-day change in its flow regime.
You need that one to the list of two. It might be that you have a difference there. I mean, it'd be really good if they just came back to us in this form, but with the column over here just saying that you're agreed on any point, or like usually just any points of disagreement that remain, which might be the odd word like this, but
yeah, I'd want to get Dr. Burrell's advice.
yeah.
Yeah, it's problematic. And the guidelines themselves are problematic. So I agree with the outcome-based approach. And so I generally don't have a problem with the use of generally.
Okay. It'd be good to have that in writing, annotated in there.
Yeah.
I was a bit conscious of that too this morning, with all three of you actually, whether or not, I don't think I'll direct it, but if you would like to put in a bullet point form, sort of the high levels that you've given us in response to questions this morning, it does assist when we're doing our deliberations, which can sometimes be a bit later, and I go back to the live stream and there's nothing worse than watching myself on the video. Actually, it's quite painful. So I'm not directing you to do it, but it would be helpful if you did just bullet point the key issues that you went traversed this morning, just so it's on the record.
Can I just, to assist that discussion around the fish passage guidelines, we'll have to slow down when you say that, don't you?
Yeah.
I just wonder whether a way around this, recognising the unusual context, is to say where that clause arises, the design of any permanent culverts within the Lancashire Stream channels of the Waiau is consistent with principles of good passage design and generally consistent with those in section 3.4 of the guidelines. So in other words, saying what the principle is, good fish passage design is what we're about, and it will be generally in accordance with the guidelines.
Okay. And 14. Been through that one. And no problem there adding in a reporting for Timmy.
Suggesting some words around the no-net loss, I think.
Yeah, that was no net loss and extent.
Yes, yep, and there's no problem with that either.
I do wonder whether that should have a time frame associated with that as well. 5 years would be appropriate for achieving that no net loss outcome.
Okay. Yep.
and then reporting back to the council on that. So that's,
Yeah, that's current policy is currently 3 years on that as well, so that'd be a case of changing that to 5 years potentially.
a yes on achieving compliance, yeah. Okay, 15.
So 15 is the condition which addresses the monitoring of the new channel and the existing channel with respect to phytoplankton. Spent a bit of time on that in the last day or so. The change here in green text was as a result of discussions with the Waikiwi Working Party prior to this hearing, and that was just to increase that monitoring period out to 5 consecutive summers rather than 3. Currently no other changes proposed. This is also a condition where there's been discussion around the 2 versus 5 milligrams per cubic metre. The evidence that has been tabled from Meridian is that should stay at 5, not proposing to amend that at this point in time.
Just in terms of that 5-year, doesn't the risk profile change permanently? Question for you, probably. My reading of the evidence is that risk will change permanently because you've got 3 channels with potentially shallow water.
Yeah, it probably isn't a question for me, but however, my understanding of what I've heard from the evidence was that 5 years was sufficient enough time to understand that risk would materialise into an effect. It would need to be subsequently managed. If it doesn't materialise in that 5 years, it's probably not going to materialise in the rest of the duration of the consent.
And I think that was addressed through Dr. Christie
Yep,
Hodgson's
yep.
evidence and Dr. Clooney's evidence.
Yep, but I'm not preempting whether it is or it isn't, because if it just drops off, wouldn't it be better worded that if the risk profile wasn't shown to change in the 5 years, then it could drop off. But if it did change, as predicted, then it would continue on.
That's addressed in F, the issue that you raised.
Yes, F says that if those detections do happen, there's a course of action which is undertaken, and then we've got in the advice note that the monitoring program would fall away if the risk didn't materialise.
But it doesn't require it to carry on if the risk does materialise.
Well, that's, I think through F, that's when a written report would be prepared and given to the consent authority explaining what the course of action would be from there.
My preference would be the other way, that the monitoring would go on until they prove the risk hasn't changed, and then there would be a trigger for that to fall away in the monitoring. Because the other way is then you do a report, come back to council, there is a problem, and then they've got to review the conditions of the consent, and they then have to show that there's a significant adverse effect to click in the review clause. So I'm suggesting normally you would see a long-term monitoring, and if you meet these, then it will drop off. Other than the default being the other way, but I'll leave that for further discussion. But to me, this leaves it hanging. That then there's no driver to do ongoing monitoring if it has increased. Potentially. So So Tammy are wanting to be kept updated on this condition. Actually wondering if they're looking more for, and I should have asked them if I've gone through this, but a reporting, an information reporting requirement here, just to let them know the results each year. And then if, when that needs a review, whether that's the more appropriate time to report to Tammy. But I'll leave that one with you again. Think on your feet, but just highlight it that Tammy's.
We can probably ask them, can't we?
Just while we're in this condition, just remind me, and it's not the right place for this condition, there's been discussion about turbidity monitoring. Ms. Sullivan touched on this morning as well. I think there's been some concern that the potential for sediment during construction works and future maintenance activities to go up the arm towards the lake. Certainly the application and the evidence before you is that the Meridian will be implementing positive flows to make sure that doesn't happen. If it provides a level of comfort, we're happy to develop a consent condition which specifically says exactly that positive flow will be maintained through all construction works and maintenance works, and I think that addresses that turbidity issue during that time to make sure that doesn't happen. So happy to put that forward.
Agree, it's one or other. It sounds like you've got a preference. Yeah, I think so. So that would be a new condition.
A new condition. I'll need to find a place for it, but probably towards the could even be the discharge permit.
And that would relate to both during construction and any maintenance activities.
Correct.
Must be without opening it up, Mr. Rodway, do you see that as an either or? So if there's an explicit condition that says they must maintain a positive flow to prevent anything going up the arm, and then thinking that they've still got the last resort further up, do you think that would meet your concerns about the backflow of suspended sediment?
That would, from what I've just heard, I think that would refer to the construction phase only. And I think
No, he just said maintenance too.
oh, and maintenance.
Yeah.
Okay. And the proposed condition, which we've put together and tabled for you today, that is more of the ongoing operations, because currently, depending on hydrological conditions, there can be movement of water in the Wairam towards the lake, and that proposed condition was to meet the ongoing idea. So we're now looking at a construction condition clause, a maintenance clause, and the ongoing. So we would distinguish there three separate things: construction, maintenance, and ongoing is what we table.
Okay, so the ongoing is the risk from dirty water from the Mararoa getting it, not from any construction or maintenance activity.
That still comes back to you think that that other site at the moment is too close to the lake to give you that early warning if that's occurring. And in terms of ongoing, if that could be looked at and monitored initially to see the performance of the channel to make sure that it's performing as it should, would that suffice then?
Well, it's a bit like the 3-year, 5-year monitoring for the whole thing over the term, because you don't know when conditions are going to arise that that could happen. And even with a 5-year monitoring program for the phytoplankton, you might not capture a period when it's most at risk, when the lake is low, when the inflows are low, where the water isn't moving much in the YMR. That's our concern about the 3 or the 5 year.
Yep.
It's sort of addressed by the proposal you suggest, but you could have a 5-year period when conditions were fine and there was no phytoplankton bloom because of the particular climatic situation that occurred at that time. And there's a risk that in the future, if you're not doing any monitoring, there could be a problem. Explain that too.
Yeah, and I agree with Mr. Rodway, and I would just also add as well, I noted, and like yourself, prefer to see and opt out, saying monitoring will be long term until proven otherwise that it's fully necessary. I noted that you said that regarding the phytoplankton, where we do have concerns about inflow, solarage, radiation and temperatures. But I also feel that is the prudent, sensible, best way forward with the turbidity, which is a slightly different thing, to continue monitoring. At the moment, monitoring for turbidity is ongoing and continuous at the weir site and at the site further closer to the lake. So it would make sense to make it ongoing in the channels. Otherwise, if you felt that wasn't appropriate, I would still prefer to see the kind of opt-in, long-term monitoring, unless the applicant can prove that isn't necessary.
Okay, thank you.
Just for clarification around that, the YR currently does have a turbidity delimited site, which is 200 metres above where the excavation is going to be done. So our view would be that that delimited monitoring site, which is actually effectively a redundancy site in terms of our current operating consents, would identify the kind of risk that's been articulated here. And I think in terms of some of the work that we've had done, it is very rare that there's ever been turbidity intrusion above that site. So this kind of question, Mr. Murray has made the case that there would be a positive obligation on us both during construction and during maintenance to maintain a positive flow. So that effectively means there will be a positive flow going down wherever the work's been done. And that will mean that I can't see there will be any risk associated with sediment going up the arm. You just can't have it because the flow is positive, which is kind of confirmed by the modelling Dr. Clooney has provided to you in expert evidence. So I think the important thing here is we do have a delimited turbidity site very close to the excavation works, which is used in terms of our current consent compliance obligations. So in the unlikely event that some kind of sediment intrusion did occur, we'd become aware of it very quickly. And there's a whole set of other things that then kick in relation to making sure that water's turned below the gates.
I guess the concern I have with what you've said is that it's tied to another consent. That if you're prepared to put that site that you've got, limited site now, as a condition of this consent, then that could perform that function. Otherwise, that consent might get renewed in 5 or 6 years, and that limited site might not continue. And I'm not acknowledging Dr. Bennett thought that was too far upstream for comfort. They wanted something a little bit closer to the excavation, but putting that aside, I think that's the remaining concern in my mind, is that sits on another consent.
I think there was some when I looked at the draft condition provided this morning by the Waikiwi Party, the proposition in there was the monitored site was 2.3 kilometres up the arm, which is not the case. So
Well,
I think
yes,
that
I think
point of
that
clarification.
it'll be good for you to clarify this in your reply.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that the Waikiwi Party has explained pretty clearly what they would prefer to see.
That's right.
And they've put some effort into the wording, and we can respond to that. We might agree with that, but we can respond to it in the closing, give you a clear choice, if you like, as approaches that you might take.
But as I say, if I'm going to accept what Mr. Fairbairn just said, really that limited site needs to be recognised in this consent as the fail-safe alert that something was going on.
Yeah, I think
Existing site.
I think we've taken that point on board.
Yeah, so it would be the positive flow and maintaining that limited site as part of this consent as well.
Yeah.
Which doesn't mean to say it can't fulfil both functions, we just don't know where we're going.
Yeah, but it just next again is the belt and brace approach, which I think Dr. Burrell mentioned this morning.
Okay. And you will get a chance, when these are updated, you will get a chance to make some comments on once we hear from here. Okay, 16.
16, just a couple of clarifications made. One was to be clear that the erosion sediment control plan is in relation to those activities outside the lake bed. Inside the lake bed is obviously dealt with by the turbidity and the sediment management framework. This plan is only dealing with the land side activities, and also providing clarity that it wasn't just for construction works, but that for future maintenance activities, that these things would be taken into account. That's really all those updates cover.
Is there a reason why there's no certification of like that sediment erosion control plan?
As I said before, this looking back to the condition 2, this plan will be prepared by independent, prepared by a suitably qualified person and reviewed by an independent suitably qualified person. The effects of from erosion and sediment and potential sediment discharges are well understood. This is about the procedures. We just came to the view that in this particular set of circumstances, it didn't, and with those other measures in place, did not require a certification process.
Ms. Sullivan, can you provide a view on that when you see the final?
Can do.
Yep.
That's something I can raise with the compliance team as well. They've reviewed these conditions and have provided some feedback into what my response to Mr. Murray was, but I can go back to them and ask them on that. It's not something they raised as a concern, but I can certainly go back and be with them specific.
Yeah, Mr. Bickford, thank you. Okay. 20, you've just added in the figures.
Yes, although I do have subsequently noticed that figure 1, whilst showing the overall stockpile disposal area, does not actually show the gravel stockpile cell referred to in that condition. So I need to come up with another figure that makes that clear.
Yep.
Condition 22, this was another update with respect to notifications made when particular works occur, based on feedback from Environment, Health and Compliance team. So simply saying that 10 working days prior to commencing any construction works, prior to the stage 3 breakouts, at completion of construction works, and prior to commencing any maintenance activities, that the consent authority is given notice.
And Tammy would like to be given notice too, is that acceptable?
Yeah, happy to incorporate that.
Okay.
Condition 23, again, just some clarity updates, not back to the acronym, and just making sure that if there were any incidents or complaints that is supplied to the consent relief for both construction works and maintenance activities. And we added a new condition, number 24, to address in the event that there was a non-compliance with the suspended sediment or deposited finer sediment conditions on the discharge permit. that the consent authority would be notified about that immediately, and including, that notification would include a summary of actions undertaken to address the non-compliance.
Councillor's just raising that it probably would be appropriate to notify Tammy there as well. They haven't asked for it, but probably appropriate. Okay, that's it, we're there. Well, thank you for taking us through, Mr. Murray. So, do you have anything to add in terms of conditions at this stage? No. So that's it from you? Yes. Okay, well, just before I adjourn, we'll just come back to you to see if there's anything you'd like. Sorry, Mr. Chris.
No, I
Did you there?
no, I just want to discuss what the timetable is from here, and as you're thinking about that, so I guess the request from the applicant is that we move through whatever the remaining steps might be, kind of as quickly as we can in an orderly way, of course, but to get to the point where you've got everything you need and get on and make your decision. And ideally, from Meridian's perspective, if a consent was to issue, if it was able to issue in time for it to be able to keep cracking in the next construction season, it will do that. We'll try to do that. So kind of the time, the clock is ticking. So that translates then into, I guess, a request that whatever steps we now need to undertake to do a right of reply and fill around with the conditions a little bit more, we kind of make that as condensed as we can.
Yeah. No, that sounds good. I mean, I was going through here thinking, was there a need to recirculate? Had we moved very far at all? But I think it would be appropriate, but we might keep that quite short, being that there's limited changes here. Everybody's had most of these conditions to comment on. So in terms of cross table and coming back with what is your recommendation, basically, with maybe a couple of track changes where there's some differences, that's what I'm hoping. What kind of time frame for that first step?
It's a matter of days for me.
Yeah, likewise, I can turn that around quite quickly.
Okay.
Yeah.
In terms of circulating those, if we were to go for, say, 5 working days or something like that, for you to review those and provide comments, would that be sufficient? Yep.
Right, and then 5 working days for us to come up with our final comments in a final set of conditions if we want to propose anything else. Yeah, that would be good.
So how about next Friday for the conditions, although you can have those ready earlier? I mean, any of these steps could go earlier. I'll set the boundaries, if you like. Next Friday, the conditions and on the agreed set and highlighting the differences.
And that's having been circulated to parties as well.
No, I was thinking that would be the next step.
Okay.
And then then they get the benefit of your view of where the differences are, and then 5 working days, and then 5 for the right of reply. But again, I guess that you could be ready to go earlier than that, Mr. Christensen. So at worst, we're 15 working days from the end of the week.
No, I think it's fine.
Sounds okay?
Yeah, it does. Thank you. I think that's right.
Yes,
okay.
that's good.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, well, I won't issue a minute or anything correcting that. Just expect to see that flow happening. It could be sooner, as I say, if those conditions came next Wednesday, then we'll ask Catherine to get those out to submitters, and the 5 working days would go from then. So at worst, 15 working days from Friday.
Thank you.
Sooner. Yeah, no doubt when it hits my desk, it'll be the worst possible time. Every time, also mine. No control over these things, but the whole 15 working days is the right decision. So.
Would you prefer it on the airing on the 10 or the 15?
It's never going to be easy.
No. Okay, unless anyone else has got any other matters to raise, then I'd just like to thank everybody for their attendance at the hearing and those online that have also sat through. I think it's been a really good forum. for everybody to come together, and everybody's conducted themselves extremely well. And some of the submitters, I think it's pretty difficult fronting up today when they're so personally affected by maybe not this application in itself, but things that are going on at workplace anyway. So thank you very much for your attendance, everybody, and any further communications between us and yourselves obviously will be via Catherine, and anything in terms of when we formally close the hearing and when that 15 working days kicks off, we'll advise you of that. So
But thanks very much.
okay, great, thank you.